Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the February 20th, 2025 Northampton City Council meeting. I'm Alex Jarrett, as City Council President. I'll be presiding this evening along with Vice President Rachel Maori. This meeting and all participating in person and on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. The meeting can also be watched on Comcast Channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media's YouTube channel. Now call the City Council to order. Could you take the roll, please?
Sure. Councillor Dubbs.
Here.
Councillor Elkins.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Clemmer.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Here.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Perry. Did you guys see him?
I think he'll be attending a little later.
Okay. Councillor Rothenberg.
Here.
Okay. Council President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Tonight's highlights include the fiscal year 2025 second quarter financial report, an order to make a $600,000 mid-year appropriation to Northampton Public Schools, orders to authorize a statement of interest to the Massachusetts School Building Authority for JFK school roof repairs and heat pumps, and a resolution calling for full support of the Healthy Incentives Program, HIP. Next thing on our agenda is public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, you can sign up on the sheet at the podium. If you're on Zoom, you use the raise hand feature. The raise hand feature is in the bottom menu bar. Click on React and then raise hand. If you're having trouble raising your virtual hand, you can turn on your video and physically raise your hand. If you want to submit a written public comment, please email it to citycouncil@northamptonma.gov. It will be sent to all councilors and will be part of the public record. I'm going to alternate between people in the room and people on Zoom. And before you begin, please state your name and your city or town. To ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, the council limits comments to a maximum of 2 minutes and 90 minutes in total. After 2 minutes, we will ask you to please finish your sentence. And if someone has already said something you agree with, feel free to just second their thought. According to the council rules, we don't respond during public comment. It is your time to speak. And our rules also state that councilors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. Your protected speech is a constitutional right, and one that we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and with recognition that the public space that grants you that freedom is shared equally by everyone. If you need an accommodation for additional time for accessibility purposes, please reach out to me or our administrative assistant, Laura Krutzler, in advance of the meeting that you need accommodation for. And for meeting access accommodation, you can reach out to our ADA coordinator, and contact information is on the agenda for all meetings. You can speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be an item on the agenda, and all comments are to be directed to the council. We'll start in the room. Penny Geis. And is the green light on? Yes. Or is it red?
It's green.
Green, great.
Okay. So I'm Penny Geis. I live in Leeds, and that's Ward 7. This is the kind of weather that reminds us how important it is to adequately fund our Public Works Department. Gosh, how could we get anywhere if they weren't taking care of the salt and the ice so that's important. There are so many things that are important in this town. And I support the downtown renovation. But why should we do all these things if we're not going to support the next generation? They have to be ready to survive whatever is coming down the road for them, and to be active citizens. So funding our schools adequately, increasing the funding to the schools, is critically important to all of our future. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Zoom. Shelley Berkowitz.
Speaking at 2-minute deadline speed, I'm Shelley Berkowitz from Ward 1. Being civil should not be viewed as an end goal if it means being complicit. It's not about politics, it's about priorities. After the recent storm, I was astounded astounded by dangerous conditions in our streets and roads. The Northampton Facebook page with 200 comments confirmed my impression, and that our DPW is understaffed and underpaid with starting salaries of $18 an hour, having to use private contractors at times for a higher cost. Many recent changes in Northampton, empty storefronts, growing concerns about e-public cuts in our public schools. Facebook thread also revealed comments from people related to our municipal government, pitting one essential service against another, DPW against school funding, with some saying it was, quote, not nice to complain about the city. One commenter wrote, the plowing was grossly inadequate. I would have appreciated a robocall from the mayor apologizing for the slow city response, or at least acknowledging the difficulties this caused for Northampton residents. And I agree. Civics education, attending school board, city council meetings is teaching me more about how our town and city are run. On February 13th, I was pleased when 8 out of 10 school board members voted to request that the mayor, the head of our school board, immediately allocate $600,000 for Northampton schools after hearing poignant testimonies from parents, staff, and students about injuries, unfulfilled and mandatory IEPs, and the resignation of our JFK's autism program head in response to her physical and mental distress and working in a dangerous and untenable situation. After the meeting, the mayor did relay the funding request to City Council with added words, without recommendation, signaling to the City Council to vote this request down. In each of these cases, the mayor did not read the room or seemingly care about the pain which her constituents, including children, are experiencing. I hope you and the City Council will recognize and respond to these crises by allocating $600,000 to our schools for the remaining year, for starters, and also to refocus on prioritizing all essential services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paula Regano.
Paula Regano, Ward 1, Northampton. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free speech thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. In case you do not recognize it, this is the First Amendment ratified in 1791 as part of the Bill of Rights. People are organizing around their displeasure with our current government, many of whom I voted for. When we criticize, we are labeled as mean, divisive, bullies, unknowledgeable. Those who tell us to stop or just follow our leaders seem to forget that the First Amendment gives us the right to speak our mind both for and against the government and its officials when we believe things could be done better or, dare I say, differently. The First Amendment protects the right of individuals to express their views at public meetings, including criticizing the government. This fundamental principle was affirmed in the landmark Supreme Court case New York Times v. Sullivan in 1964, which emphasized the importance of unrestricted public debate. The court stated that discussions on public matters should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, potentially including harsh critiques of government officials. During public comment periods, government officials are expected to tolerate diverse viewpoints, even those they may find disagreeable or offensive. This tolerance is an essential aspect of functioning democracy, where free speech allows for open dialogue and criticism of those in power. The right to express opinions, even if they are unpopular or critical, is a cornerstone of our First Amendment protections. This is what democracy looks like. Please figure out a way to fund our schools and essential services in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Indy.
Hello, this is Indy Francis, calling from West Hampton, but I work in Northampton. I'm urging the city not to renew Elfrey Harris's business certificate, which is set to expire in April of this year, and also want to complain about the inadequate notice for the street clearing for the snowstorm that took place on Saturday night. I have a number of friends who have cars in Northampton, and they were towed because there wasn't adequate notice given. Yeah, just really poor treatment by the towing companies and offices during that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Al Simon.
Good evening, Al Simon, Ward 2. I'm here tonight to ask the City Council to suspend its rules requiring a second reading of the financial order for $600,000 for Northampton schools and to approve that appropriation tonight. This is an urgent situation for which there is no excuse for ignorance. Harm from the mayor's cuts to public education were loudly predicted by many who spoke to you. The idea of a mid-year appropriation started last fall. You even discussed that matter in January before rejecting such a request to the mayor. The council also recognized the severity of harm caused by these job cuts when it voted a mid-year appropriation to restore 2 positions to head off a likely legal matter. The school committee heard searing testimony last week about the impact of these cuts on our staff, students, and families, and overwhelmingly voted to ask for funds to address these problems. The impacts include the on-camera resignation of the JFK autism program leader due to the lack of staff, dozens of workman comp claims due to unsafe conditions for staff and students, and student IEPs routinely not being fulfilled. Time is of the essence. The power is in your hands tonight to finally act. I sat in this room a few weeks ago and watched you suspend your rules for a non-urgent matter to improve the sound system in this room. I also have a hearing impairment, and it's really hard to hear in here, but that was not urgent. The crisis in our schools is urgent. Please act tonight.
Thank you. Lisa Modenos.
Thank you, Lisa Modenos, Florence. On Thursday, February 13, Jessica Terry, director of the autism program at JFK, resigned. In her statement to the school committee, she said, quote, "I put in my notice of resignation today because I can no longer deal with physically or mentally the crisis at JFK Middle School. This is a devastating loss for the district and for autistic children at JFK. Ms. Terry has been a steadfast presence and support for so many autistic middle schoolers for years. The crisis in our schools due to your budget cuts has taken another victim, and this one is huge and will have serious ripple effects. I am terrified of what this will mean for my disabled son and for all of our special education children and the educators that support them at JFK who were already struggling before she resigned. The crisis in our schools, particularly as related to special education, has reached emergency status. Anyone on council even remotely denying it at this point is not fit to hold an elected position. Thank you, school committee, for listening to our teachers, paras, students, and families, and recommending this mid-year appropriation. And no thank you to the mayor for submitting it without recommendation. For the city council, please suspend the rules tonight and vote for this appropriation, which will help our disabled children in our public schools. Some reminders. Mid-year hires happen all the time in public education. Ask NACE. The so-called quality of hires does not decrease depending on the time of year. Employees who take on positions, even temporary ones, willingly, work as hard as anyone else, and they are aware of pink slips. And I'm going to deviate a bit from what you might hear tonight about the appropriations and next year's budget. Some folks want to have a conversation about next year's budget in relation to the appropriation, including folks on the city council. They say either, hey, let's figure out a way to roll it into next year's budget, or more likely, we won't be able to roll it into next year's budget, so we cannot approve it tonight because deficit. These cuts and the trauma they have caused to the brains and bodies of children must be mitigated now. Please do not deny our children the help they need now because of next year's potential raise. Please approve the appropriations now. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Foley.
Hi, Carrie Foley, Ward 5 in Florence. I'm a special education teacher at Bridge Street. In the 6 years I've worked at Bridge Street, we've always struggled to meet the needs of special education students due to lack of resources, training, and staffing. When we'd meet as a special education team to talk about building struggles and ways that we needed help, our now retired school psychologist would always say to us, "The cavalry is not coming." Our building wasn't okay last year prior to budget cuts, but we've all continued each day, each week, and each month, focusing on our students, meeting as many needs as we can in one day, and forgiving ourselves each day that we can't. Our schools cannot continue to function this way. I don't understand, Mayor, why you believe you cannot advocate or support helping us to alleviate significant building struggles right now because it wouldn't be reliable in the future. At Bridge Street, 3 staff members who provide special education services for our highest needs students resigned this month. For us, 1 month of funding to support more staffing and more support could have been the difference between them staying or leaving. Our building will struggle significantly in the coming months due to this loss of well-loved and dedicated staff. Right now, you could fund full-time office clerks to all buildings. You could fund much-needed reading and math interventionists to help with learning struggles that have increased since September. You could fund teachers and paras to buildings that are experiencing overwhelm. We get it. There's no cavalry coming to solve our long-term school funding problems occurring statewide. But you certainly could take a step tonight to show the students, staff, and families in this city that you support temporarily helping us for the remainder of this school year. Some city council and school committee members have said that mid-year hiring is not desirable. In the 23 years that I've been teaching, I've witnessed countless mid-year and end-of-year hiring of many capable and amazing staff members. In an ever-changing job market, many people take risks and take on a new job at random and unpredictable times. 3 months of funding to support our buildings might not seem like a lot to you, but it's a significant chunk of time in our teaching and learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Halberstadt. Welcome.
Yes, good evening. My name is Jerry Halberstadt. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Counselor. I'm the coordinator of the Stop Bullying Coalition, a statewide network for the rights of tenants. You can find it at stopbullyingcoalition.org. I speak to a general issue affecting the housing authority. I understand you are considering a possible commissioner, and I do not seek to influence your choice. I've watched some of the board meetings of the Northampton Housing Authority, and I've been in touch with tenants and employees. Some tenants and staff may experience bullying, mobbing, and hostile environment harassment, forms of aggression that create fear, stress, and take away the peaceful enjoyment of tenant victims. Investigations are passed due on allegations of bullying and malfeasance. It seems, as an outside observer, that the board as a whole has not been carrying out their fiduciary duties, and one commissioner who has tried has not been enabled to look into the concerning allegations. A major change in governance and in community relations is in order. This is an example of why we need legislation to create oversight and accountability, support HB 1704 to create an Office of Tenant Advocate. Contact me for stopbullyingcoalition.org, and whoever you choose for a commissioner, I wish them every success. It's going to be a challenge, and I wish them luck. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, did you say your city or town of residence?
I was trying to slip that past you. I'm in Peabody. I am an internet observer, and have not had the good fortune of being living in or visiting your town. I hope to someday soon.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
In the room, Deb Henson.
Good evening, City Council. I am new to this city, relatively speaking, to most of you. I've been here for 7 years this month. I have been paying property taxes, of course, since I moved here, and I was happy to do so. I fell in love with this city. I'm still in love with this city, but I'm deeply concerned about what I've been seeing over the last year and a half with the school underfunding. I speak to you not just as a Northampton resident, but as a former school social worker of the New Orleans Public Schools for 5 years, 3 of which were working with special education kids, their parents, and their teachers, providing mental health support and other types of educational and psychological support so that they could, deal as best as possible in not a great public school. We have the potential here to have great everything, really. I feel like this is a wonderful city, and I think that the current underfunded schools, I do not believe that is the choice that the majority of the residents, people that I talk to on the street, people that I talk to when I'm around, it is not what the majority wants. I know that we have a city of 28,000. Obviously, that is not a huge pile of money, and I think it's been well handled. I used to meet with the mayor, previous mayor, Narkowitz, when I was the president of Ward 3 Neighborhood Association. We met monthly, and I was very impressed with the idea of reserve money. I thought, this is great, this is good planning, this is wonderful. And I still think that. I don't believe that we have to make an either-or choice. We either have a good, robust stabilization fund, or we have well-funded schools and city services. Like all of you, I wondered if I was going to get here tonight, and I'm driving my friend's four-wheel truck, but getting out of my driveway has been a challenge. I urge you to support the appropriation mid-year, and also Al Simon's suggestion and somebody on Zoom about suspending the deferral of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I didn't say I'm from Northampton. I guess I did.
Thank you.
Next on Zoom is Laurel. Your name and city or town, please.
Hi, I'm Laurel Corangelo, and I'm here in Northampton. This is my messy kitchen here. I'm in Ward 3, Hockenham Road, I think it's Ward 3. And I want to just second what people are saying, or third what everyone's saying about the appropriations bill for school funding. I have 2 kids at JFK, 1 kid who has an IEP in the autism program, and our kids deserve better. And we've been pushing for this for so long, and have not gotten through, to how much we want to support our educators and school staff and our kids, and how much they need it, and they need more staffing. So please vote on it tonight, and I want to second a lot of what Lisa Medano said, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think there's a few more people who've signed up.
Oh, I could see it.
Nathan Chung.
I should have gotten it for you.
Hi, Nathan Chung, Northampton resident and Ward 4 resident. A city government employee, but I'm here today making comments as a general member of the public. And I already emailed this in the morning. I took personal time off to email this to the city council clerk, Laura, right there. So this is public record. So I would appreciate if you consider, of course, it's your prerogative not to. I'm going to give a different perspective, all right? And how much time do I have, President? Okay, I'm not going to stress about not making the time. So I just ask you to carefully consider the mid-year appropriation order based on I think the underlying idea and even the amount might be fine. The problem is the process. There was a lot of bullying. There's a lot of murkiness that led to this order before you in the school committee. I'm going to just go off on this. I personally had a negative experience with my Ward 4 school committee member, Mark Stein, who was the lead in this order, or who was the seater for this order. He also verbally interrupted and stopped the mayor and other people in the February 13th meeting, and I had to yell stop for him to stop yelling. And he said actually that he knows he's violating decorum. So I'm just going to give you a summary of this. It's 11 pages, so there's a lot. But I'm just going to say, based on Member Stein's potential disregard of school committee policies, including ethics code, his murky rationale for coming up with $600,000, his bullying behavior, and his communication with me, his constituent, that show shortcomings in his professional competence and empathy, I ask you to carefully consider the order because it came out of bullying and dysfunction. Even if the amount and the underlying concept might be fine, there are no details, there are no consideration for other people. I ask the City Council to have at least 2 readings for this matter, and when it is time to vote, vote no. I'll go into details, including some detailed documents and links to the meeting that shows his conduct.
That's time, if you could finish your sentence.
Thank you. In these difficult times, we all need to come together, recognize our individual dignity and humanity, our need for safety, and that's being lost right now. So we need to talk.
Thank you.
Stop Facebook. Thank you very much. May I give the paper copy?
Yep. Yeah.
So, also put 3 paper copies and 10 black and white copies.
Okay, thank you.
Next on Zoom is Ian Goodman. Welcome, Ian.
Hi, Ian Goodman, Ward 1. You've heard from school committee, you've heard from families and teachers about the devastating consequences of the lack of funding of our school district. I came before you and told you about my 8-year-old's classroom of 26 children. I'm going to tell you about somebody else today. I'm going to tell you about someone that I saw at work, also 8 years old. Not a Northampton student, but could very easily have been a Northampton student. Bullied at school, and remember you, through your budget cuts, have cut people that students trust to talk to. Bullied on the playground, and remember there's fewer adults monitoring that now. Bullied online, and you managed to cut counselors. But that's not why he came to see me. He came to see me because he wrapped a belt around his neck at 8 years old. And his younger brother found his body. And that could be a Northampton student. That is one of the consequences to your lack of action tonight. It's not a matter of when. It's not a matter of if. It's going to happen. When you remove resources from struggling children, they get hurt. And you are the one who will be doing the hurting. There was nothing that I could do for that child. There's everything that you can do tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Raymond Paquette.
I need a recess.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. Sorry, Raymond. When a counselor asks for a recess, I must grant it. Welcome back to the Northampton City Council. We are in the middle of public comment, and the next person is Raymond Paquette. Is the green light still on?
Around the base of the mic?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So Raymond Paquette, Black Birch Trail, Ward 4. I've got two comments, two different topics. One is just that the city's got to reconsider this idea that where we require individual property owners to keep the sidewalks clear. Doesn't work, isn't enforced. It's just, it doesn't work. We plow the roads so people in cars can get around. We should clear the sidewalks so people who are not in cars can get around. I spoke to Councilor Dubs earlier today, and he says he can't be here because he can't get here. That's appalling, appalling. That's thing one. Thing two is please do suspend your rules. Vote to pass the mayor's order to appropriate the $600,000. This is your chance to address the current funding and resultant staffing crisis at the Northampton Public Schools. Do it tonight, please. It's already really late to address the problem. The city has the money. We've under-budgeted and underestimated income for years. We have a large reserve. You can call that one-time funding, but when you keep doing it over and over again, it's not one-time funding. It's money that should have been budgeted and allocated in years past ongoing. We should not have made these cuts. So it's disingenuous to call it one-time funding. We should spend some of the money we have. We should not budget. We should not cut the schools going forward. There's the idea that it's unsustainable to take money from the general fund right now to fund the schools. What's unsustainable is to underfund our schools. Right, we'll lose students, we'll lose staff, we'll lose people moving out of town because we because we no longer have great public schools. We do right now. Let's not let them become not great. Right, underfunding the schools is not sustainable. Please vote for the mid-year appropriation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. On Zoom is Heidi. Your name and city or town, please.
Hi, my name is Heidi. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Oh, great, all right. So my name's Heidi, and I live in Northampton in Ward 3 at Northampton Housing. And I just want the public, and I want to direct this towards the mayor and any incoming board members and any existing ones, that on October 17th, the executive director had a meeting with the LTO, and while in the meeting, she talked about, she was yelling on the phone to one of the contractors with the mini splits, and yelling at him how he had to fire some of his people because they were having sex with the tenants. And this was not reported to the board, to my understanding, nor any of the staff. It was the first time I had heard about it. And then the following week, she was there in the hallway with the contractors, and he took a picture of me, but he was sneaking it to make like he wasn't doing it. And I filed a case with MCAD, and so after that, the response from housing was that, one, the board was blocking the one commissioner that's been trying to do something about this and all the other corruption going on at the Housing Authority. And also, the executive director slandered me and accused me of having sex with them, which is not true. So I want you guys to understand that when I start, I've been building a lot of evidence, and I'm gonna start holding the Housing Authority board members accountable. I'm also gonna hold the mayor accountable. Because the mayor is not ensuring that the board members understand their job, because they're not doing their job, and they're treating the executive director like she's their boss, basically, and that's not what's supposed to happen. What's supposed to happen is how Elizabeth Silver did it, which was hold the executive director accountable for following her job. What's going on right now is abuse. And
that was time, if you could finish your sentence.
Sure, yes, and I'll also be holding the EOLHC accountable if they don't hold all the board members and the executive director accountable. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. In the room, Martha Ebner.
Martha Ebner, Northampton. I'm here to ask us all to work together to support our students and our public schools. As a recent public school parent and believer in the value of public education, I and every person in this town want what's best for our kids. There's a group of outspoken citizens who claim to be the only people who care about our children. That's simply not true. There are clearly issues in the public schools that need addressing. I ask, does allocating $600,000 for this limited time without a plan make sense? I suggest we follow Superintendent Bonner's recommendation to plan for next year to support the schools and our children as part of a long-term fiscal strategy. Put current concerns back to the school committee and ask them to do the hard work of figuring out how to use the resources we have to support those most in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Oh. So, okay, next is Maritha Wallace. And I accidentally lowered your hand instead of unmuting you, but great, you're unmuted. And welcome.
Hi, everybody. So I was trying to figure out what I could say tonight to move this vote so that we could get some people here. And the one thing I can talk to you about is for the last 2 years, I've worked with Jess Terry in her program. And she's amazing. And the fact that the district is losing her as an educator is actually tearing my heart out. So at this particular moment in time, because I don't think that a lot of people are listening and we're being told we're being divisive by continuing to bring this underfunding of our schools to the public, to the mayor, to anybody who will listen, what I'm going to do is for those students who are going to be harmed and who have been harmed by having their resources, by not being, having their needs not being met, is I'm going to sit here, and this is hard for me, because I don't think you'll hear it if I say something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be silent for the remainder of my time so that I can think about people like Jess Terry and other teachers who have put in their resignation, and for those students who are being harmed at this time.
Thank you. And your city or town? Unmute you again.
Currently, I live in Sunderland, Massachusetts, but I am a paraprofessional at JFK Middle School.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the room, Benjamin Spencer.
Hello, everybody. Benjamin Spencer. I live in Northampton. There's three things I was hoping to talk to tonight. The first one, I just want to express my appreciation to the Northampton Department of Public Works. That storm was unlike any we've seen in quite a while. I saw the plows out continually. It was, as the DPW director said, it was an ice storm stuck between two snowstorms. It was a mess, and there's a reason why it was so difficult to clean up. So I really want to be sure that the DPW understands that many people appreciate the hard work that they put into clearing out that storm, and there's still more work to do. The second thing, I was at this city council meeting 2 weeks ago, and one of the items on the agenda was to talk about appointing someone to the Traffic and Parking Committee, and that was approved. 8 out of 9 counselors with 1 abstention. And a reason was given for the abstention, and that reason was that that counselor hadn't had enough time to learn about this applicant to a volunteer board for the city of Northampton. And I'm trying to, it stuck. And I was trying to figure out why. And, you know, first of all, there was ample time to prepare for that meeting. The application that that individual had filed, I think 4 years earlier to be on that board, was included in the meeting minutes. You could link on that and see the answers to all that questions. That applicant also went through the process that every citizen does when they're applying to be on a board, and met with someone from the maybe city services, I forget which subcommittee it is, but met with another city councilor. So if a councilor had questions, they could have reached out to the councilor who did the work. So to abstain and to suggest, and I didn't take the time to write it down exactly, express concerns that these commissions were being filled by people who were just going to be yes. I have also applied to be on a commission in the city, and for an elected official to call into question the integrity of a citizen, I find not cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Mike Stein.
Thank you. This is Michael Stein from Northampton. I'm the Ward 4 School Committee member and the chair of the Budget and Property Subcommittee. I just have a few things I want to share with you ahead of your deliberation tonight. The first is that what you have in front of you is really a moral moment, a moral choice. You have an opportunity to right some of the consequences that happened from the budget that was passed last year. And I hope you take that opportunity tonight. We're lucky to live in a city with surplus revenue every year, and we can figure out how to adequately fund our schools this year and going forward. And all it takes is a political choice to do so. The other thing I want to say is that for the past, 8 months, I haven't heard anything about opting in. If there's concerns tonight about whether or not this is sustainable, City Council doesn't have to be spectators. They can take an active role in this process, and that is a choice to do that or not. Third thing I want to say is the process for deciding what to do with the $600,000, based on the conversation that we had at the school committee, is to determine what needs exist from the alt team, so the leadership team of the district, which has already been compiling requests for additional needs ahead of next year's budget process. So we have lists developed. You also received a lengthy list from Bridge Street educators today. There are no shortages of what this money could do to really impact our teachers and our students. And to think that technically we can't figure this out is an injustice. If you don't want to fund the schools because you don't want to fund the schools, that's fine. But let's not find a concern to justify it like that. The last thing I want to say on this is that I was befuddled by the memo that was accompanying this order. The motion that we made and the vote we took did not specify a per pupil building-based allocation, and that was the conversation we had. So I'm not sure where that came from. We'll have a different process for allocating the funds based on need. And just lastly, following up on Ian Goodman's comment.
Yep, that was time, so just finish your sentence.
For a city in federal court over a student suicide, I think we all need to take bullying a little bit more seriously and the profound role that understaffing and under-resourcing plays in the risk to our kids.
Thank you. Next is Karen Hidalgo.
My name is Karen Hidalgo, Ward 1, Northampton. I've spoken once or twice at City Council and many times at School Committee. I've lived in Northampton for 28 out of the last 30 years. We might as well get to know each other. I've been watching School Committee and City Council meetings fairly regularly for over a year now, so I know most of you a bit. About me. I grew up in Hopkinton, Mass. I moved to Ashland, Mass. At the age of 16 to live in a foster home as a ward of the state. I mention this because it gave me a certain perspective on the role of government in caring for people. I wanted to attend a large public university, so I went to UMass and majored in plant and soil sciences. After graduation, I decided I wanted to go into education. I worked at the Jackson Street after-school program in my 20s, while also babysitting and doing phone surveys to make ends meet. At the age of 28, I went back to UMass for school counseling. I worked in East Hampton, had 2 children, and then worked in Turner's Falls prior to beginning to work at NHS in December of 2014. I am a school counselor and department chair. I speak to you tonight not in my professional role, but as a concerned citizen. My children attend Northampton High School. There are great things about NHS, the people who work there, the students who attend, the families that love them. There are also a lot of challenges. I chose to live in Northampton for its diversity and commitment to progressive values. What I've found in my decades here is that Northampton has chronically underfunded its schools. For a long time, the district kept the high schools understaffed. For a long time, our teachers earned some of the lowest pay in the state. Other school staff were underpaid as well. The city has finally begun to turn that around. However, the school staff need to be paid well without the schools losing resources. When federal pandemic funds were discontinued, the city had no plan for how to support our children. It was predictable that they would still be struggling. Students are struggling. What are you going to do about it? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amber Clooney.
Hi, I'm Amber Clooney, Ward 5. I just want to say first that Northampton schools are clearly suffering from decades of underfunding. This has been a long-standing problem, and that's why people here have to pay for the school bus, and why there's no musical instrument instruction starting in elementary school, and why the high school band has to run fundraisers to get their uniforms cleaned. None of this is normal or what I would expect from a city that purports to value education. So normally, I would want to be saying, let's think long-term about how we can get back to great public schools with programs and services comparable to surrounding towns that have the things I listed and more. Because they do. These things are not normal. But tonight, I'm here because the mayor's budget has put the schools in such a crisis that they are asking for emergency funds. So next time I come, I'll be asking for all the extras, and I will be back to ask for those. But right now, I'm asking for you to make a commitment to provide our children the literal basics of care, to meet not just our moral, but our legal requirements to them. Please vote to fund the schools tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Brian Wilby. Welcome, Brian.
All right, thank you. Hi, I'm Brian Wilby. I'm Ward 5. I have 3 children in Northampton Public Schools, 2 at Ryan Road and 1 at JFK. I'm speaking tonight to ask you to suspend your rules and approve today the mid-year appropriation of $600,000 for Northampton Public Schools that was recommended by a supermajority of the school committee. As you may be aware, there was significant public comment at last week's school committee meeting when the mid-year appropriation request was approved. The comments described major shortcomings at schools that are affecting staff and student safety and educational services, particularly among high-needs students who are our most vulnerable residents here. From public meetings, I understand that Superintendent Dr. Bonner has spent significant time with her ALT team of principals and administrators and has a plan to address the immediate gaps that the entire school committee has acknowledged that currently exist at Northampton Public Schools. While this mid-year appropriation addresses only fiscal year 25, it is within the mayor's power and the city's means to ensure that these positions continue into fiscal year 26, so that these services will be available to students on an ongoing basis. Please approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joella Tarbuton.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I want to say, first of all, thank you, guys.
Your name and city or town, please.
I was going to get to that. Thank you. My name is Joella, but you can call me Jada, Harbutton-Springfield, and I don't live in Springfield. I live in Northampton. So firstly, I came tonight because I know from the Northampton Housing, we have 2 potential board members. And I thought I'd be able to sneak a peek and see who they are and say hello. I don't know much about either of them, so I would like to know. And maybe we as all board members should put who we are and what we've done on our bios when we are part of this. That could be one good thing that could happen. And firstly, I just want to say, the whole thing about the snow and ice, oh my goodness, it's been terrible. I'd be at a meeting tonight in person, but I'm afraid I'm gonna fall. I've fallen before. But I heard the crews all night scraping. Kept me up, but I'm not gonna complain because I do appreciate it. So we really had a whoop-de-doo here. As I mentioned about the, I've been hearing the compassion about people talking about the public schools, and I have compassion. I want you to understand, I do. I used to work in teaching in Springfield, and what people are talking about now would have been wonderful what we'd had then. So I'm used to that. I'm not trying to not value what people are saying, but I just want you to think about it. I hear people say, I've been coming to city council meeting, I've been coming to the school council meeting, and that's really wonderful, but I want to make a good impression on people. There's also public housing. And many people in public housing have children that go to public schools in Northampton. Don't forget about that. We matter. Please. And also, a person who lives in Salvo House, if it wasn't, I would have to, and I'm going to beg you now. I don't know about all this money where it's coming from, but give a couple of pennies to Northampton for security. Please. If you just have an idea of what's going on with the drug, and we are almost captives to the drug people who are gone here. So if I have to, I'm begging you, and if I have to, I'll come down there and get on my knees. And I'm a big woman, and I don't think you want to see that sight. So I just
That's time if you could finish your sentence.
I'm done already. And again, my name is Joella Jada. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is G.L. Nabad.
Hello, my name is Gwen Nabad, and I live in Ward 1 in Northampton. Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Okay. And I want to talk about, I want to tell a story. My grandfather was superintendent of schools in Marlborough, Massachusetts for 25 years. And in those days, things were a lot different than they are now. And school systems could turn students away because of their disabilities. And when I was in my 20s, I went to go apply for an apartment, and the man, the landlord, when I told him who I was, decided not to rent to me. And the reason why was because my grandfather had caused his family harm by not supporting the education of his little sister, who, you know, they had different words for back in the day. And my grandfather's decision not to fund educating his sister had a lifelong impact on him. And so now he was in his 60s telling me about how he himself had to quit school and help his mom to take care of his disabled little sister. And I know we like to think that we're immune from that sort of reality, harsh, cold reality in the United States, but it does seem increasingly like there is a real struggle. I feel that right now, if people are reporting that there are special needs students in crisis, the teachers are in crisis, and I just ask you to just apply this stopgap measure, this 600,000. And I'd also like everyone to consider that the most vulnerable students, the public housing families, not many in Northampton, a very small fraction, a very small amount, but those who are there really need to be.
And that's time, if you could just finish your sentence.
Thank you for voting to support the schools and public education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Janet Kyle. Your name and city or town, please.
Sure. Trying to enable the camera here. Anyway, my name is Janet Kyle. I live in Leeds. I'm in Ward 7. And I don't need to repeat all of the stories and reasons for why we believe you should be voting to spend this money. I'm here as a taxpayer, as a citizen of Northampton, to urge you to do the right thing. I'm not going to be nice about it. I'm not going to be accommodating. I think too many people in this town have been too accommodating and nice about this. Please do not behave like the politicians that are behaving on the national stage. Please don't just be a yes person to the mayor. Please do the right thing. And don't continue to lie to us and raise our taxes on water bills and property taxes. One example, Coca-Cola. Where's that money going? $6 million. There's no reason to not spend the money on the schools when you have in excess of $11 million surplus. Just do the right thing. The children are our future. I know it's a rote thing to say, but they are our future and we need to invest in them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Masaborski. Name and city or town, please.
Hi.
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Melissa Macaborski. I live in Northampton. And what I would like everyone to know, and as you know, I've been in a physician for 20 years, I'm a pediatrician. What that experience has taught me is that empty words do not help children. You need to follow those words with actions. What I'm hoping for tonight, and I have two requests. The first one is that nobody here looks at that $11.6 million surplus and tells us that we can't have a $600,000 mid-year appropriation to help reduce some of this harm that the city has caused to the children. My second request is that I've noticed that a lot of the counselors are on their cell phones while people are talking during public comment, and Maritha Wallace asked people to pause and think about the harm that's been done to these children, and during that time some people were texting. I'd like to give you another chance. I'm going to use the rest of my time to ask everyone to please think about the harm that has been caused and is being caused to these children. Please put down your cell phones and think about the children in Northampton that are being harmed. Please put down your cell phones. Please put down your cell phones. Please put down your cell phone. I hope that we all notice who's paying attention to the comments and the harm that's being caused to the children. It looks like this opportunity wasn't taken. I apologize to the kids and thank you to those of you who did stop and think about the kids. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak, who hasn't spoken? Come on up.
You can hear me?
Talk Talk loudly.
Okay. Hi, my name's Deborah, and I live in Florence. I've been coming and making comments about the situation in the schools now for about a year. I agree with a lot of what's said. I'm here to ask for the mid-year appropriation. I'm here to ask that you guys suspend the rules. I'm unprepared. I agree with what a lot of people have said, including Martha. I don't know you. I saw you at the school committee meeting. There needs to be a lot of organization around the budget. $600,000 is just a temporary Band-Aid. I agree with that, but we're in a massive emergency. IEPs are not being met. The law is being broken. Kids are being hurt. Educators are being hurt, and the staff is being hurt. So we do need to work together. I do think that budget and property is changing and will be moving forward. We've got a member from the school committee here right now, and I love that you're here right now listening, but we've got a lot of work to do together to make this work. The 600 is not enough. It's got to move forward, but it's at least a fix. I mean, you heard that list of injuries. I heard them that Kate Fontaine gave. People getting bit, people getting kicked. That's what happens when these kids aren't supported. I know you've worked with kids like this in the past too. What can we do to help our kids? What can we do to help our staff? Please vote for this temporary fix. And everybody who's on these committees or in city government needs to work to make sure that this doesn't happen next year. This was so predictable and avoidable. I want to stop coming to these meetings. I want to stop coming and spending time here. I really do. And I think most everybody else does too. So anyway, happy vacation week, people.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
Hi there, my name's Nicole Roach. I'm from Ward 3. I'm just going to read the email that I sent to some of you this morning. As you know, the school committee voted on February 13th by a supermajority to make a mid-year $600,000 appropriation to alleviate some of the harms being done in our public schools as a result of the city's defunding efforts. I'm urging you to vote tonight to suspend the rules and immediately appropriate $600,000. Our public schools and our students and our educators are in crisis. We cannot wait for another meeting to do something. This mid-year appropriation is not enough. But it is something, and in the world of harm reduction, something is better than nothing. So please do something tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for public comment. Okay, thanks everyone. We will move on to announcements from counselors and the mayor. And make sure I can see everyone. Counselor Dubs.
Thank you. So yeah, I would like to first send my empathy to all the Ward 4 residents and all the residents in Northampton who have been negatively impacted by the snow and ice storm that we had recently. I also want to thank the DPW for all the work that they've done and show my appreciation for all the work that you do. I think it's important to always remember that we should be able to have conversations where we can say what we think without having others think that we're just complaining or that we're not appreciative. I consider it to be constructive criticism when I bring up the snow ordinance in Northampton, which is just not reliable. It hasn't been working for years. For the 20 years that I've been here, however long that snow ordinance has been around, it has not been working. I really think we need to take a hard look at it. I just think that we need to be thinking about all the people that live here, including the people that are not able to, that are not as mobile, that are more impacted by these snowstorms. I think that this particular snowstorm was a bad storm, and I acknowledge all the people that are talking about how this was a particularly difficult storm to deal with. That is true. But we've had, we live in New England. We know that we're going to have bad storms. We've always known that. I think that we're just simply not prepared for them. And I say that with love for our city. I'd like to address curb cuts and sidewalks specifically, and how the snow ordinance negatively impacts that. Because there's, first of all, well, there's many things we can unpack here. First of all, many people just simply don't comply with the snow ordinance, and then people are required to report them first to the police. Yes, we know what the process is. It's been explained many times what the process is. We can report that to the police, and the police can, they can ticket them and give them a $50 fine. But we know actually that rarely happens when the police actually enforce that. People are usually given several warnings before they're actually given a fine, and in my opinion, that's not really much of an incentive to shovel or plow your property. And also, there's many people in our city that aren't able to shovel or plow their own property because they might be elderly, they might be disabled, or have limited mobility. We can hope that they can rely on their neighbors and their family and friends, but we also would like I think everybody wants our city to be there to protect them for those times when we're not able to get help from other people, for example, I'm going to bring up the curb cuts and the sidewalks again, because, it's the onus of the property owners to do that. However, where are the instructions that are telling people that they have to do their curb cuts? Because there are so many curb cuts that are not clear at all. They're dangerous not just for disabled people, but for people who are walking as well. I saw a woman trip on the curb cut. She tripped and fell on the curb cut right outside of my house. And, I understand the difficulties, but if we can plow the streets, why can't we take care of the curb cuts? People can't even get on or off of the sidewalk. And, the other night, all I wanted to do was cross the street. It took 4 people to help me get into the road. First, there were 2 people that tried to help me. They weren't able to. The 3 of us got stuck. They tried to help me get into the road, going down a curb cut, and the 3 of us were not able to get out. So a UPS driver got out of his truck. He brought out some boards to put on the ground for my wheelchair to roll over. That was still difficult. Another person got out of their car to help me. Traffic stopped for a few minutes while people tried to help me just to get in the road so I could cross the street. It's still difficult. Almost a week after the storm, it's still almost impossible for me to cross the street. And now I'm not trying to make this about me. I don't want anybody to worry about me, or even, you don't need to ask me if I need anything, because I've got people to help me, and that's not the issue. The issue is that there are people who don't have others to help them, and they also don't know the mechanisms or what they're supposed to do in these situations, who to reach out to, who's going to help them. People don't know. They're in the dark. They feel left behind. They feel left out. They feel not cared for by our city. If residents that use wheelchairs are forced to ride in the middle of the street, we have a problem. And I'm just going to remind everybody that I've been saying this for the last 6 years since I joined the Disability Commission, and nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed is climate change, and we've had milder winters, and we haven't had to deal with it as much. But this storm has told us that we have to be prepared for these storms, because they are still going to happen. I'm not trying to take up too much time, so thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rothenberg.
I also wanted to speak to the snow. I wanted to just speak to general governance in Northampton. I wanted to share a little bit about what it's like to be a city councilor in this government. I received numerous messages and calls from my constituents that were being injured, right? We're slipping and falling. that were worried about roads that needed to be closed because there are hills and they were slipping down the hills in their cars. I tried to call the fire station and I got sent to dispatch. I got a dispatcher who said, well, would you like some sand? I said, no, I don't want sand. I need to talk to somebody at DPW who's on tonight about many different issues. I'm the Ward 3 city councilor. He said, well, ma'am, I'm only authorized to just send sand somewhere. Do you have an address where you want sand? I said, no, I don't want sand. I need some roads closed. I've got to talk to somebody about all different kinds of things, figure out what's possible. And he said, well, ma'am, you can talk to the DPW tomorrow. I said, well, no, I need some roads to be closed before people go to work in the morning. I've really got to talk to somebody. Do you know what a city councilor is? I got to look out for 4,000 people. Could you have whoever is on this night call me, whoever's the emergency worker? They said, no, we're not permitted to give out their phone number and we're not permitted to give them yours. It's policy. I said, well, what policy is that? So I don't have to tell you what it is. I said, well, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine there's a policy. But, you know, I can imagine there is, because I've had so many instances since I started city council where I tried to get information or tried to advocate for my constituents, and I had no access to the city government. Now, when I read the charter, I see that the people of Northampton hold the power. You are the corporation that is the city of Northampton, the people who live within its bounds, and your power is vested in your city councilors. And underneath us, there is a mayor who has to carry out all this executive work, which is very difficult. And we've said in our charter, anything we didn't specifically set out as a duty of the mayor or a power of the mayor belongs to city council. All right, it's city council's ballgame because it's your ballgame. And there's this line that says something about how the mayor gives, directives to employees, right? I'm not supposed to call and boss anybody around. She's supposed to be the one who figures out how to get the stuff done. And that has been so narrowly interpreted that city councilors, if the mayor wants it to be that way, don't have access. Some of you do. Some of us don't. Ward 3 does not have access. In an emergency, in a snow emergency. Okay, this is dysfunctional. And fortunately, I have a more seasoned constituent in her 50s who was willing to be hung up on by dispatch 3 times until she was finally put through to a policeman who sent somebody out to one of the intersections who said, wow, that's really dangerous. We have to block it off. Okay, and meanwhile, I had a friend at DPW, because even though we're not supposed to talk to anybody in the government, apparently, of course we're a community and we all talk to each other. Like the parents say tonight, we know IEPs are being violated. I know when DPW workers have been instructed not to talk to me. I know about that. That's a violation of the First Amendment. It's not cool. Everyone needs to be able to contact their counselors. If any employees are watching this, you are always able to contact anyone in the government, okay? But this person is texting with me late at night. I said, yeah, I'd ask them, because finally what I said to dispatch, when they said, ma'am, all I can give you is sand. Is there an address where you want sand? And I said, you know what? Send them to 22 Graves Avenue, because that's my address. And I thought at least then I could talk to whoever was on call. And I'm texting my friend and I'm telling her what happened, and she goes, oh, yeah, I think I know who's on tonight. I'm gonna text them. You said they're coming over to see you? I said, yeah. She writes back, she says, oh, he says he's not allowed to talk to anyone. I said, did you tell him I'm a city councilor? She said, yeah. He said he's not allowed to talk to any individual along his routes. And I said, well then, tell him to turn around, because I didn't make this phone call to get sand in front of my house, right? I wasn't trying to get help for me. I was trying to do my job as a city councilor. And this goes on, and I hope we can put this on some new business at some point. I've had Alan Wolf and Charlene Nardi march me out of a director's office when we were about to have a meeting so that I could understand what some money was for that we were about to approve. This is dysfunctional. And I know that the people of Northampton feel this, because I know the people of Northampton are an incredible community full of wonderful ideas. And I know that you expect your city councilors to be able to represent you. I know that that's an efficient system. I respect our model of government. We need to use our model of government. We clearly need to tweak our charter. We need to tweak how we're interpreting it and who is interpreting it. And I hope you all understand my frustration on behalf of my constituents and my deep, deep, deep appreciation for the DPW. And I do think that they need their wages raised so that we can have more of them. I do think it makes a difference, even in the worst storms when there are more people helping. I think that's just common sense. So I hope we'll have lots of information requests and new business. Is that how we want to do it? I need to let everyone know that the charter prohibits me as a single counselor from getting information. I am treated the exact same as a member of the public. It says only 6 counselors can make information requests together. And you've seen this council moving, and you're going to see them moving again tonight, and I really hope they vote to support the schools. And I really hope they vote to support my information requests. But you can see what we're up against here in Ward 3. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Mayor Shara.
Good evening, councilors. As always, you're always welcome to contact me if you have any concerns. I want to announce the VINS Dog Show. It's the 17th annual VINS Dog Show. VINS stands for Volunteers in Northampton Schools. That it's Saturday, March 1st at 12 p.m., 12 to 3 at the high school. And if you're going to register your dog, if you do it before the 26th, it's $8, but you can also register your dog at the door for $12. And I guess you can bring your dog in a non-competition sense for $5. It's a really fun event. If you haven't been before, I recommend it. So that is again on Saturday, March 1st at 12 p.m. And also on this coming Monday, the 24th, the Massachusetts Board of Elementary and Secondary Education is having a special meeting where they're going to take up the expansion request for Pioneer Valley Chinese Immersion Charter School, as well as the Pioneer Valley Performing Arts Charter School has a request to limit the amount of districts that they can take students from. Our district would still be one of those districts, so there would just essentially sort of the same thing. There'd be more slots available for Northampton students. The council had written a resolution, the school committee wrote a resolution, I wrote a letter. I know that all of that comment and all of that, all of everything that we had sent in is part of this meeting. It's contained as attachments for their agenda. But Senator Comerford is urging that we resend everything. There's an attachment that kind of goes through all the requests, and the recommendation is that these requests be granted. So she wants us to do a really big push to just, whether it's sending it again, so maybe if the council could resend the resolution, I'll be resending my letter and additional information. I think the school committee is planning on resubmitting their letter and resolution. So I just want to make sure that everyone's aware. It's a special meeting. I think you have to register ahead of time for public comment. It's in Everett, Mass. It's 5 o'clock. It's not an easy thing to go and give that comment in person geographically, but also I think that you can't just necessarily show up and do it. So I urge all of us to contact them again and tell them how incredibly important it is that they don't grant this request because of the impact it'll have on our school budget. So, say again? So you can, I believe you can watch the meeting.
Okay.
But I don't believe that you can participate over Zoom. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements? I'd like to also thank the staff at the Department of Public Works for all their work, working round the clock since Saturday morning, limited staffing through this very difficult storm. And I want to acknowledge also the difficulties that residents have endured. And remind folks that if there are safety concerns, continuing to reach out to the DPW. It's dpwinfo@northamptonma.gov or 413-587-1570. Or if it's after business hours, there's a non-emergency dispatch number, 587-1100. I also want to thank property owners who have cleared their adjacent sidewalks. That is required 24 hours after a storm is over. And if it's not possible to clear all of the snow and ice, which I completely understand, because this storm was very difficult to do that, then you need to treat it so it's no longer a slip hazard and continue to treat it as necessary. The liability rests with the property owner. Finally, I'm holding office hours. My next ones are Tuesday, March 4th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Lilly Library, and that will be with our Ward 5 School Committee member, Ann Hennessy. And then Thursday, March 6th, 2:30 to 4:30 p.m. at the City Council office in City Hall, and then every first Thursday of the month at that time, except in July and August. So I hope to see you at one of those. Okay, last call for announcements. All right. Then we move on to presentations. The FY 2025 second quarter financial report, Director Charlene Nardi. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. So tonight I have, can everyone see that? Let me see if I can get rid of this for me so I can see it.
Yeah, if you could zoom in a little bit, that
All
would be
right.
helpful.
Is that better?
Can't stretch it, right? No, 'cause that
No, you really can't. Like,
Can you make that? Oh no,
I can't touch that. I don't have a way.
Is there any way to stretch it that way?
Yeah, I think Zach is trying to do that.
Oh, is that Zach?
Okay. So we're in the second quarter. That means we are December 31st is the end of the second quarter. So I'm starting with the revenues. If you look at the report that's on the screen or the one that's on the agenda, if you go all the way to the right, you'll look at the column that's called percent collected. That is the amount that's been collected as of December 31st, 2024. For the FY 25 year. The column to the left of that's called remaining revenue. Those amounts there are amounts that are to be collected continually for the rest of the year. So if you go
a little bit that way, just so you can see what the titles are.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Then you lose it on there.
Yeah. So you're looking at the top, the first two. They're tax revenue, personal property and real estate taxes. They are right about where we would expect them to be, and that is a little less than 50%, and that's because, as we know, your first two tax bills are not the full amount. Your third and fourth quarter bills is when it has the full amount of your taxes for the tax year. So we're a little less than 50%, which is right about where we are every year. If you go down to motor vehicle excise, you see we only collected $424,000. However, next week, 24,000 tax bills are going out from the Treasurer Collector's Office. Those bills will be due 30 days following the mailing date. So we'll see in the next third quarter report, you'll see that dollar amount go up. If you go down to hotel motel, it's at $562,000. $562,331, and it's at 62% collection. Is that right? Why does this look different than mine? Interesting. 64%. And the dollar amount's different. No, that's right. 64%. This is $125,000 less than the same time this time last year. That represents an 18% decline in revenue over last year. This is one of the revenue projections that was pushed higher in FY 2025. It's up 12% over last year. You go down to meals. You see we collected $411,000 in quarter two. And that's 56. We collected 56.7% of the revenue projection. We increased this projection by 11% over last year, and it is coming in at roughly the same amount at this time last year, higher only by about $4,000. So we're not seeing a great rise in that over last year. Adult marijuana, as you can see, we collected $574,000. It's at 78% of the projection. If I'll remind you, all the way up to the third quarter of FY 2024, that had been dropping. Then we saw an increase in FY 2024, the fourth quarter. Each quarter, the first quarter and this quarter, we are seeing it rise again. This is higher by $136,000 or 31% higher than the same time last year. This shows a continuing trend now of increasing for the last 3 quarters, and as I noted, it had been dropping before that, so we'll continue to watch that line. The next grouping of pilots, those are the payment in lieu of taxes. That's the lower part of page 1. Those amounts for these payments are spelled out, and they're calculated based on signed agreements, and they're invoiced according to those agreements after we set the tax rate. Most of them are due in May, so we'll see the dollar amounts come in as we get into the fourth quarter. As we scroll, so overall this category, the tax category, is at 46.2%, but if we remove the motor vehicle, the projection, and the amount we collected, it's at 47%, so it's not a big difference. The next category, charges for services, start with the parking revenues. Collectively, the second quarter is $1,119,005, which is 90% of the projected revenue. We budgeted that, all of those ones that say parking, to be $1,238,979. The revenue represents an increase of $250,000 or 29% over the last year. And all funds over the projection, just as a reminder, goes to support the parking system. So, and generally, in the past, we've always projected parking revenues. We take a calculation and use like an indirect. What is the cost of the parking system within the city, and we use that in order to support the budget. These over revenues are the ones that supported purchases in the capital improvement program that were paid from the parking fund. So the next section, so then we go down to ambulance services. It's at 62% collection. We budgeted that at 3.1. It's above last year by $275,000 or 16%. We increased this budget line by 11% in FY 2025 and are projecting another big push in FY 26 by at least 9%. So overall, this section is at 67.3%. The next section, charges for services, which are the local fees and department revenue. You can see, looking at the last column, we are running ahead in most of these lines using the 50% in the year measurement. These are the lines that have come back slowly following COVID-19. While the overall category is at 29.6%, if you remove the Smith vocational tuition line, all of those funds go directly to Smith Voc. It's just a pass-through to the city, through the city. We are actually at 72% collection rate. So it's actually, this category is running about $275,000 or 16.5% above the same time last year. So that total category is really at $377,000, and we've taken in $273,000 already. Oops, too fast. The next section, licenses and permits. Most all are looking really good, running above the 50% collected amount. We are at 72% in this budget projection. This is $85,000 above the same time period last year, a 10% increase. However, it is important to note that the building permits include, so if you look at the building permits, we collected $504,000 there. $170,000 of that was from Smith College for their geothermal permit. So that's pulling up this whole category because it's one permit for $170,000.
And the permit, how often does that come up? Is it one time or you?
Yeah, that's,
okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, yeah, so you won't see that for that project. Federal revenue, we are currently at 5.8% for Medicaid reimbursement. That will be continued to be collected over the year. I will note that the same time period last year, we were at 58% of the budget projection, and we are only at 5.8. State revenue. These are the bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4. These are the cherry sheet revenues we always talk about. Those come in from the state. They're usually pretty close to 50%, but they come in when they come in. They are not always exactly what our projections are. The cherry sheet does change a little bit based on actual whatever happens, especially with charter schools, depending on how many students we actually have coming and going, they vary. Parking tickets. If you look at parking tickets, we budgeted it at $581,000. We've actually collected $356,000, so we are at 61.3% of our budget projection. This collection is only slightly lower than this time last year when we brought in $381,000, a difference of about $25,000. So we're about the same spot. Looking at the bottom of page 4, we have brought in, so interest on investments, we've talked about this. We budgeted for only $178,000, but we actually received so far $1.5 million. It's $1.3 million over our projection. We've talked about this. It's due to the changes that were made in FY 2023. Of that amount, 88% of it is from our regular cash funds, and the other $183,000 or 12% is from ARPA funding. Compared to last year when the breakdown was 67% of general fund investments and 33% of ARPA funds. So we will see a difference in that split as we've used up our ARPA funds. And then at the bottom, you can see we're at 47.6%. Overall at Q2 of our collections. However, if you remove the Smith vocational tuition, the parking, and motor vehicle, overall we are exactly at 50% of our collections. Going to the enterprise funds, we've talked a little bit about these. Everything is tracking as expected and is on target. Let me blow this up a little bit. And let me see if I can go over here. So if you look at each one, you'll see that the sewer, water, and solid waste are at 56% in collections, and the stormwater is at 50%. In comparison to last year, sewer revenue was $167,341, or 4.6% less. So we are less this year. Water is also down $423,000, or 10% lower than the same time period last year. And stormwater is $44,000, or 4.6% higher than last year. And solid waste is down $392,000, or 4.2% from last year. So we have 3 of them are less revenue than we were at the same time period last year, and 1 is up. As noted, Coke is using less water and sewer than they have, than when they were at full operations. But we are losing water and sewer revenue as compared to last year. I don't know if you want me to show these or if people just want to take a look. I don't have much else to say about the specifics on each of them. And if I can get beyond this little sign, can I get this over here? Oh my gosh, how do I get beyond this?
Oh, I see, you can't.
I can't see it because that thing keeps dropping down. All right, so wait a minute, let me do, maybe if I do this, get rid of you. All right, general fund expenses, look at that, I got it. And I'll move these kind of over here. So again, if you go to the all the way to the right, you'll see the percent used. If you look at the revised budget, that's the amount that the budget was voted. And then if you look at year-to-date expended, that's the amount that is spent so far. What we want to see in the last column is that, 50% or less. PS, if you look at PS, that means salaries. OM means ordinary maintenance or expenses. Generally speaking, at this time that this was printed and at the end of the quarter, we were at 46.1% of our PS line, so you want to see them generally close to that. It does vary if you are paid monthly, such as council. You'll see it a little bit higher because it's entirely in there. For people who get paid biweekly, you will see that it's a little less, and that's because we ended the quarter, but we didn't get paid for 2 weeks. We get paid that for December and January. So that is why it's a little less. Everything really looks good. I have a conversation with department heads to keep an eye on their budgets. That's announced at department head meetings, and departments, if they have issues, we start conversations about how to address them as we go through the year. But at this point, everything is looking good with our expenses. And then the last being enterprise expenses. Again, similarly, the percent used is on the right-hand side. Enterprise funds are always a little bit lower because of the work that is ongoing, and their projects happen. It's not, their payments are not actually equally spread out over the course of the year as well. But those are looking good. We are not overextending. I do want to, after I finish sewer and water and stormwater, they're all looking good. But I did want to go back to general fund. I talked about snow and ice. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We have overexpended that as of this last storm. Before the storm, payroll was already over. That is the only lines that we are allowed to overexpend without approval. And so those have been overspent. You will see a transfer order coming to cover that line probably in April, once we have covered all of the invoices, and the hope is we'll have no more snow or ice in April. So, but I will say Director LaScalia spent time making sure that the city had salt. I don't know if you've read the paper. Most communities do not have salt, and our DPW director made sure that we had that. And we still have salt to deal with the issues of New England winter. So then the last one is, and again, let me see if I can get to it. The hotel, motel, and meals, is that big enough? So if you look at it on your own screen, or I put some red arrows just to show where you should be looking. These, again, are the same numbers that I just gave you. They break them out by quarter. So you can compare it to the quarter before, the year before, and see how things are looking for yourself. For the meals, short-term rentals, and as I said, meals is a little bit down from last year. And actually, not really if you count. Is that meals or is that hotel? Let me go back, sorry. Yeah, meals is, actually, it doesn't look down, but it ain't. So what happens sometimes when I pull the reports, I got to make sure that the entire amount's in there. But if you can look at meals and compare it to the year before, traditional lodging, you can compare it to the year before, and that's down from last year. And cannabis, you can go and look and see that that's up from the year before.
Thank you, Director. Questions for Director Nardi? Councilor Labarge, your microphone.
Thank you. This is for our Finance Director, Chardine. You mentioned about the stormwater, we were up on it. Is that correct?
It is up from last year.
Right.
By like $44,000 over last year. Yep.
Okay. Also, I'm hearing a lot of complaints because of the article in the Gazette about the Coca-Cola company, are going to still stay here, hopefully, to the end of the year. Now, they want to know why they have been, and see that increase of that stormwater fee being taxed on this when they're still here. Well, what's going on with all that? I do know that the water right now has decreased, I think, down to like, what, 32 or 38 that we're down of use of water from them. So people are very upset in this city, and I'm hearing it a lot from all the organizations that I belong to and so forth. There's great concerns here that they had told the mayor and told us councilors too that they were leaving at a certain time, and they didn't. And now again, we're hearing to the end of the year. People are asking me, they feel that they should have a refund given to them because we are paying up on that stormwater fee. They think it's just not fair. So I just want to let you know that people are really upset about this. And I know you don't have control about them saying to them, make up your mind, are you going to leave or not? The mayor cannot even do that. You know, so there's problems. People just feel, and I'm being very serious about this, they're being taxed out in this city. And they're becoming very vocal about it. And it's because of the Coca-Cola company saying that they're staying. So I'm taking it serious. I listen to the people, and I'm letting you know, as the finance director and the mayor, there's a big problem out there.
So if I just may quickly address, so the stormwater fee has nothing to do with Coca-Cola. It's the water and sewer that's impacted by Coca-Cola, not stormwater. So the water and sewer.
The water and fee went up too.
So the water and sewer, we added the sewer charges, and we increased the charges for water in order to address the leaving of Coca-Cola. And you're right. They told us they were going to leave, and then they didn't, and we have no control over that.
Right.
However, they have reduced what their production so much that all of those increases right now are only putting us at 56% of collect. Like, we are right where we want to be for collections in order to cover the budget. So even though they're still here and they're still producing and using some of our water and sewer, it's not an overabundance where we're bringing in a lot of collections. In fact, we're bringing in less this year than we did last year.
Donna told me they're down like 38%.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
The idea of it is, they were told our taxpayers here in this city, you know, that they were going to leave. And every time we turn around, no, the decision, they're not leaving.
Which is very frustrating,
The mayor is the mayor, you're the finance director, and we are part of government here. And we hear more than what you do.
Right, that's true.
You know, I've been to 3 meetings this week of organizations. I'm hearing.
Yeah.
And people are becoming very vocal.
And I just want to clarify, if we had not made those adjustments at that time, we would be in a deficit now.
Right, but you knew that they were going to be leaving. That was announced.
Right. So, and it's a good thing we did make the adjustments that we did, because otherwise we'd be in trouble, even though they haven't left. But you're right, it is frustrating that, you know, we were told they were left, and now they're not. And I believe there are circumstances.
Are they playing games with the city or not?
So, I mean, it is extremely frustrating. They've said they were leaving multiple times now. They've given different timelines. They've given sort of more dates certain. I believe this latest extension, they were going to be outsourcing the bottling that they do here to somebody else, and I think something fell through with that deal, and that's why they haven't left yet. So I think they were really planning on leaving, and they have very much, as you said, really reduced what they have been using. So reduce what they're producing, therefore using of our water, and putting into the sewer. And so as Director Nardi said, we are just about, a little bit over 50% because they have so reduced their use. And so, yeah, we will see if they do leave in December. That is now the latest date that they've given us. This is the longest goodbye ever.
I know, and people are just feeling, because of all that occurring, that they're paying for what is going on there.
But as Director Nardi said, if we had not changed that base rate, we would not be producing enough revenue. So, because they have so reduced what they are using.
Well, I'm just giving you a heads up. If the people
I understand. It's very, very frustrating. I'm very frustrated. We have, as you know, we've brought many people to talk about it. We brought the Economic Development Secretary to tour the plant. We've tried to get them to work with us on who they may sell it to. And it's makes it really hard when they sort of keep changing or extending their plans.
Thank you.
I have a question, and then Councilor Rothenberg has a question as well. So we haven't, the base rate was increased, but the actual water and sewer usage rates have not increased for many years now.
Correct, many years.
How does the income compare to the expenses? I know we've had a number of water main breaks all throughout the city. Every time that happens, it's $30,000, something like that. How, the fact that we're a little bit over, how does that compare to how much we're spending on these necessary repairs?
That is a good question. I don't have that amount right now. We could ask Director LaScalia. But yes, we have had quite a few water. Apparently, they come in threes, and I think we've had a set of 6. So hopefully, we won't start that pattern again. Yeah.
So coming up, I think next meeting, we'll start discussing water and sewer rates. So that'll be a great opportunity. Director LaScalia will be here. We can ask all our questions about them. Councilor Rothenberg.
Yeah, just as a point for Director LaScalia, before that meeting, I mean, what people are really looking to understand is not that we would be in a deficit if we hadn't done this. The plan, as far as the public understood it, was that you were forecasting that they would be at 0. So if now you're saying that would have put us in a big deficit, that's what people are needing to understand. What else happened, right? Because we were planning to be at 0. We're needing them to be at 50% right now. How did we get there? So if that could be really, really explicit in that presentation, that would really help us with our constituents who, I agree, Ward 3 joins you. They're very upset about that. Thank you.
Other questions for Director or the Mayor? Did I see Councilor Elkins? No. Okay. Okay, thank you. It's hard to do Zoom and in person. I had a question about, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Moore.
No, I'll follow you.
Okay. So capital improvements are listed in the general fund expenses. So that's, once they're approved, they're rolled in to the general fund expenses. And since we've spent so little of them, without those, what would our general fund expenditures be at?
Yeah, if you take that out, I will do that hopefully.
Thank you. Do you want? Is that, you'll do that now, or you'll get back?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
Actually, if you want to keep asking me questions, then I will get to that. I will give you an answer.
Okay. My second question, so if projections continue at this rate, we're halfway through the fiscal year, what is the range of free cash that we would expect to receive, and how does that compare with what you'll expect next year, given how much you're planning to push revenues.
Yeah, so we did talk about that and how I could project it, and I'll be honest, it's a little hard to project what free cash will be halfway through the year. There's a lot of variables here, and there's a lot happening. So I don't have a projection of what free cash is at this time, or what it will be based on where we are at this stage of the game. So I don't have an answer for you.
Is quarter 3, is that easier to do at that point?
Yeah, it will be easier to do then, when we see where, because a lot of things come in, like building permits, that, it's a building season, so people go in and they pay all their permits to do building projects, so wiring, plumbing, all of those, it's kind of the smaller ones. I mean, we can certainly easily do meals, the ones that are quarterly, that are straightforward quarterly. We can kind of figure out those, project, but it's the unknowns of what people, are they really going to be building? What are the excise taxes? What are they going to be coming in at? All of that stuff. So yeah, as we finish third quarter, it would be easier to do.
That would be great if you could have that for our third quarter.
Mayor
Shara.
Last fourth quarter, we had a sort of a weird jump in vehicle excise that was unusual. So it's those kind of things that you just are really hard to predict. Now, I heard the federal administration is looking at putting a tariff on foreign cars. So who knows how that impacts. Like there are so many different variables, and sometimes things just have odd quarters, which is why you look at sort of a longer stretch to try and make estimates.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Councilor Moulton.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Nardi, for your presentation. One of the things that I do when I look at these quarterly reports is to go to the very bottom line on the last page. And when I see general expenses at 46.8% and general revenue at 47.6% halfway through the year, very close to 50%. I have a lot of confidence that your projections are on the mark. So thank you for your expertise.
Thank you.
I did want to talk about a couple of the specific accounts. The interest on investments, we began talking about that last August after we saw a unexpected increase in the fourth quarter of the previous fiscal year. And I think now we've had 3 straight quarters then of very strong interest on investments. And that was one of the revenue sources that you are pushing for this year.
In FY26, yep.
And that continues to trend in that direction. And you're confident then that pushing that revenue right now is a good course of action.
So the investment on income,
yes,
for FY26. So yes, I'm still leery. It's still a volatile line. I had conversations with our auditor about that and discussed my FY26 projections. He was less comfortable than I was with my pushing it as far as I did, because it all depends on what happens with interest rates. Depends how much cash we have on hand. The more cash you spend, the less we have interest to be made on. So there's a lot of things there. So I think it's a cautionary tale. So yes, I'm pushing it because we need to roll in the $2 million that we've talked about for the schools, and we need to address the fire department. So I am pushing it, but yes, I will be honest, some of the things that we are doing make me, I tend to be a cautious person. So it makes me a little nervous when I think about pushing things to the degree when we don't know what will happen. But I also think we want to remember when we push the revenues, we want to make sure that we have enough for several years, because as expenses go up, you want to make sure your revenues can keep up with that. So you need space there, so that next year when your expenses go up, I have revenue to cover that, and each year. So that's a long way of saying, yes, I'm pushing it because I feel like we have to, and I'm going to stand behind it.
Thanks. The other account that is...
Sorry, point of order. I just have a process question.
Yep.
I would like to follow up to that particular question. Could I do that before he asks a new question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that okay with you?
That's fine with me, yes.
Thank you. I just didn't know how to do that. I haven't done that before. So I'm confused because you were talking about pushing interest on investments and that you were nervous, or that the auditor was even more nervous, I assume you're referring to Scanlon, that you would push them so far, but I'm looking at something that says you're already in quarter two at 845% of the 100% you estimated for the year. So what are you uncomfortable about with how far you've pushed them? You've exceeded by far what you've pushed them to.
FY25, I agree. So
I'm sorry, just to clarify for the record, your yearly estimate that was $178,000, we have already made $1,500,000, $500,000. $1,500,000. What are you uncomfortable with about how far you've pushed them, which was far below where they already are?
So I was speaking to FY26, not FY25.
And where are you pushing them for 26?
In the millions.
1,000%.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I was extremely confused by that.
Sorry, I need to clarify. I was speaking to FY26.
And so right now we are at well over $1.5 million, and we had only budgeted for $178,000. So we'll probably end the year, what do you think, at 3? Or it's just so volatile you have no idea, $3 million?
Yeah, I'm actually thinking it'll be close to 3 for that line. If things don't change, if the interest rates don't drop and it continues the way it is, obviously it'll be close to 3.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Moulton.
Thank you. So the other account that I wanted to just to offer a caution about, which you also did, is the traditional hotel motel revenue, because it's not only down from the first quarter, it's down 18. I believe you said 18% from the same quarter last year. So year to year, that's quite a drop.
Yep.
And in fact, it's down that same amount from 2 years ago. So that is, and I don't know, I don't remember if that was a revenue source that you were also pushing, but I feel much more cautious about that one, looking at this second quarter result.
Me as well. So may I just follow up? So a couple of things is, yes, I agree with you, and I am nervous when I look at what we're projecting for the FY26 budget, how things are changing out there. It's still so early to be actually projecting a budget when we haven't seen third quarter. So I, like you, want to watch that carefully, because we pushed them a lot, 12%, 9% next year, and if they're not growing and our expenses are growing higher, we're going to find ourselves in a deficit. And I also want to, when we talk about the investment income, what if that vehicle no longer, that financial vehicle that we're using is no longer available to us? What if something changes with the interest rates where we no longer can use that, or we are not able to keep as much money in that because we don't have that, we're using the cash flow. So all of those things have to be taken into account when you do projections. And it's not a perfect science, but that's why I think DOR always recommends that you be careful, and that investment income is not something you usually rely on. It's a boon if you can do well, but the city does not invest. We don't invest our money to make. We do not want to use our money where we could lose it or risk it, or count on something that we may not have. So, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions, Councilor Maori?
Yeah, I was just curious, Mayor, is there, with the Municipal Empowerment Act and its potential for excise tax, any movement on that? I could probably Google that, but maybe you know.
So, there is a push to get that incorporated and passed this year.
This year?
Yeah, so the governor is sort of trying to reintroduce it. I don't think we've done a new calculation on this, but we looked at it last year. It would not be a huge increase. And, I think for communities that there are communities who haven't adopted meals tax, hotel, motel, things like that. It's like I have to look. It's like a 0.25% increase on one. It's not a huge increase, so it wouldn't be a huge increase in revenue. And at a time that I think restaurants in Northampton, restaurants across the Commonwealth are struggling with all of the increased costs. So I was not quoted talking about it in the paper. It's something that I'm a little bit more cautious about. Northampton has always taken advantage of any vehicles offered by the state to produce revenue, and often before other communities. And so, we do obviously produce revenue that's very important to us. But I'm not. I don't think it will be a saving grace for us.
Not a game changer. Thank you.
Councilor Labarge?
Yes.
Oh, you turned it off. There you go.
Thank you. Chardine, I'd like to ask you, are we making money on our marijuana shops? Is the money down or is it up?
So no, so it was going down up to the fourth quarter of last year.
All right.
And then we saw an uptick. And then quarter one of this year, we saw an increase over quarter one of last year, and even over quarter four. So it is rising. I don't know what that means. Like I said, it dropped since COVID. It kept dropping, and now suddenly it's going up. And yet more shops have opened. More states allow it. So I don't know enough about the business to be able to tell you what that means.
I'm not sure anyone could say what that means. It's such a new and volatile
I know
market.
a couple of them in East Stanton are up for sale.
Yeah, certainly some have closed. So it's. I think we're surprised that the revenue is sort of ticking back up. It's still far short of what it was, at obviously in the beginning, but then even as it started to drop. But it does seem to be trending upward, which is interesting.
Councilor Rothenberg.
Thank you. I don't have any concerns when I look at where we're trending right now and I don't have concerns with where you're trending generally, right? Like 22, 23, 24, those fiscal years. I said this at the override meeting, you're so consistent, right? The quarter two was at 47.2%, 47.4, 47.0, 47.6. That's year after year after year. Quarter three, you're at 76.2, 75.8, 75.7. And then in quarter four, you're at 103.6, 104.2, 104.7. I don't feel really these huge risks, and I haven't seen you pushing the interest yet, right? It sounds like you're going to push it later. I know that we can't really get into this now because there's an item on our agenda later about funding for schools, right? And we're probably going to be talking about where funding comes from. But even when I just look at where we are now in Q2, I'm just wondering, while you're here, clearly there's a ton of extra interest money, right? That it's not factored into any plans at all. We're already way ahead on that. But what I want to know about is the revenue for the other charges for services, license permits, fines, forfeits. I heard you mention the $170,000 one-time permit. It seems like that category is tracking ahead of last year already. And it seems like last year that category alone generated $1.5 million of free cash, right? Which is twice as much as what we're looking at later, that how are we going to build into the base some kind of recurring revenue? It seems like in Q2 you're already tracking very well just in that one category. So while you're here, I wonder if there's anything else you want to add that would caution us about looking at that as a potential source of recurring revenue for the schools for this $600,000.
Same thing. It's for building. Materials are extremely high. The cost of building a home is now 350 to 600 square foot, which is astronomical compared to what it used to be. So all of those things, as building materials go up, we may have less permits. Again, and I'm using just a quote from a family member who's building when they met with builders. So again, all of those things matter, and they impact all of those fees and what people are doing in the community.
And that's been going on since post-pandemic.
Yeah, but I feel like building materials have suddenly jumped again. They continue to go up. They didn't go up and stay there. They just keep rising.
Do you have any figures?
I don't.
I feel like Director McCarthy said that he'd been told to expect like a 30% increase on lumber. But also, in terms of, so the building, as we talked about the Smith permit, the large Smith permit this year, they're also, so this geothermal project that they're doing, we also had an increase in permits last year from Smith. So a lot of these last 2 years have been this big campus-wide project that Smith has been working on.
Where are they in the cycle of that? How long is that project or the projects that they're working on? Do we expect that to continue?
I don't know whether they need to pull more permits for that or not. I mean, I think they've done a lot of the work around it in the last sort of building season and a lot of things.
Anything else for the presentation? Director Nardi.
So just to get back to you, it's simple, it's 47%. If you remove all of the, from the revised budget and you remove the available, the available budget expenses, it's 47%. So.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to the consent agenda. And I'm going to read what's on the consent agenda and ask if there are any removals for discussion. The minutes of the January 16th and regular meeting and January 22nd special meeting. 24.211, an appointment to Northampton Housing Authority, a positive recommendation from City Services, which was a split 3-to-1 vote with Councilor Rothenberg opposed, for Patricia Patty Healy, filling the position of Marilyn Richards. 25.218, appointments to Board of Registrars and Northampton Housing Authority for referral to City Services. To the Board of Registrars, Robert Bullrice, a reappointment, and Mary Lou Stewart, a reappointment. To the Northampton Housing Authority, Ben Wood, filling the position of Edgardo Cancel. Are there any removals?
Yes. The one that was just referred for the Housing Authority from City Services.
The one that Patty Healy, or?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, thanks.
24.211. Any others? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with that item removed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Moulton and seconded by Councilor Maori. No discussion on the consent agenda, so roll call, please.
Okay. Councilor Dobbs.
Yes.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge. Yes. Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
And Councilor Rothenberg.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Now we'll take up 24.211, the appointment to Northampton Housing Authority for Patricia Patty Healy. Councilor Rothenberg?
Yeah, I actually spoke sort of to this issue before I became a city councilor with the last time we appointed someone or reappointed someone to this board. You heard from some of the public housing tenants tonight. It is a very difficult appointment. It is a very tenuous situation, and I think that the thoughtfulness in making these appointments requires us to really seek for people who have lived in public housing. I think that's very important. So for that reason, since I don't have any information to suggest that she has, this will be a no for Ward 3. But I appreciate her service.
Thank you. I wonder if other folks on City Services could speak to their positive recommendation. Councilor Moulton?
Yes, as Chair of City Services, I will say that Councilor Labarge, who interviewed Ms. Healy, delivered a very strong recommendation for her appointment based on a number of things, including her knowledge about public housing issues from having worked at Cooley-Dickinson Hospital and having worked on placement plans for patients at Cooley-Dickinson Hospital. I will suggest that if Councilor Labarge wants to add to what I'm saying that she do that. In addition, I think that Councilor Labarge reported that Ms. Healy has a good knowledge about issues facing the Housing Authority, including security issues. I will add that among the service that Ms. Healy has done previously is serving on the Charter Review Commission that I chaired in 2019, and I can speak to her work on that commission. She was very, very engaged. She did the work. It was challenging to define the mission of the Charter Review Commission and to figure out what our focus was. Ms. Healy was a full participant in that. She worked very, very well as a member of that team, and I can say from that experience of having worked with her that I am confident that she will be a thoughtful, fully engaged participant on the Housing Authority.
Thank you. Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Microphone.
This is not working.
Okay. Let's take a recess, and we'll get that fixed. So we'll take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 8:41. I mean, 8 Welcome back to the Northampton City Council. And we are in the middle of discussing 24.211, an appointment to the Northampton Housing Authority for Patricia Healy. And I believe Councilor Labarge was about to be was recognized to speak to the
Yes, about Patty Healy.
Yes, please.
And I did bring it up. Oh, I did a good interviewing process on Patty, and I presented it at our city service meeting on Monday. And one thing that really I was impressed with was, I know how many years she worked in the hospitals, in the critical care unit at Mass General, right down the line. Traveled every day back and forth from my ward up to Mass General, every day coming home every night in the critical care unit. And Stan is absolutely correct what he had mentioned. She was on the Charter Commission here in the city. She's highly involved in the MMA for the nurses and so forth. Oh my God, so many things. Anyways, she apparently, when they had that buyout at Boston and the hospitals, she took it because she had over 38 years. And Cooley Dick asked her to get hired there as a caseworker. That's where she was involved, also with the Housing Authority. She actually had the knowledge of the help that they needed right down the line. And it was amazing when she told me about that. And I took it right there because that's what we need, somebody on the board who knew about whatever behaviors, their illnesses right down the road, and help them get that proper care. So I think she's going to be very, very valuable on this committee. She listens to both sides, okay, and that's critical, very critical. So, and very knowledgeable. So I highly recommend Patty Healy to be on that.
I'd entertain a motion.
Pardon?
Motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Moulton to approve 24.211. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, roll call please on approval.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Where is she? She was out there. Maybe she had to wait for the lady to.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg.
No.
And Councilor Dobbs.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Sorry, I didn't count up the numbers.
6, because there's 2 absent and 1 no. Well, actually, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 6 to 1.
Okay, passes 6-1. That brings us to financial orders on first reading. And we have 25.217, an order to make a $600,000 mid-year appropriation to Northampton Public Schools. Going to read the language here. Submitted at the request of the Northampton School Committee by Mayor Gina Louise Shera without recommendation. Ordered that the Northampton City Council appropriate the additional sum of $600,000 for the purpose of Northampton Public Schools, bringing the total FY25 Northampton Public Schools budget to $41,760,457. To meet this appropriation, $600,000 will be appropriated from the Fiscal Stability Stabilization Fund. And we also have a memo from Portia Bonner that details exactly how much money would go to which schools. Mayor Shera, would you like to speak to this?
Sure. So last Thursday, the school committee voted, quote, to instruct the superintendent to request from the city council and the mayor a mid-year appropriation of $600,000. end quote. So I have submitted it as requested by the Northampton School Committee, but without my recommendation and for the purposes of discussion, as the school committee wanted to bring this conversation back to you, the council. During the meeting, few specifics were discussed, and some members wanted to understand how the amount was decided on and what it would be used for. Superintendent Bonner asked where the $600,000 amount came from, quote, considering that talking about fiscal year 2025, it was a number of $452,000 or so. So what happened? How are you coming up with this estimate or this guesstimation of $600,000? The response from Member Stein was that, quote, $450,000, it's in part knowing how much we cut, and it's in part knowing what I want to add is things that we had not cut, and it's an imperfect number, end quote. So there was discussion about whether or not to include in the motion that it be rolled into the base. And Superintendent Bonner requested that anything at this late stage in the year be rolled into the base so that she could, quote, maintain those positions, and I'm not cutting them in June, end quote. She also noted that any teachers, so Unit A members hired after the start of the school year must receive a pink slip at the end of the year, according to the NACE contract language. So she said she did have some higher priorities that they were looking at for next year, like interventionist and a special ed teacher at Ryan Road, that they could try to hire now if there was a guarantee that it could carry into next year and get built into the base. I'll remind the council, of course, that last month in January, we did give a mid-year appropriation of $40,000, which I have said will be rolled into the base for FY26, as that is the only, I think, reasonable thing to do with a mid-year appropriation, meaning that it would at least double to $80,000 and likely more for FY26. So again, at the meeting, excuse me, there was not an exploration or really sort of discussion that the $600,000.
Point of order. How can the mayor be summarizing as a member of the body?
The mayor's bringing the order to us and is recognized at all.
Can we clarify that the mayor is not speaking as a member or on behalf of it?
That's correct. You're not speaking on behalf of the school committee. You're speaking.
No,
I just raised that because we had a discussion at the break about whether we could recognize the other member was here. We decided that we couldn't. So just wanted to clarify that.
Right. So I'm speaking to this order and trying to give background to what brought this order and what the discussion was. There wasn't a discussion of that the $600,000 for roughly 3 months would be $2.4 million for a year, depending on the positions. Again, there weren't specifics talked about which positions. So without information, it's hard to know exactly what they would be over a full year. But if you take 600 for 3 months and multiply it, it would be 2.4 million. But this also doesn't take into account health insurance, benefits, or unemployment claims if the positions are pink slipped, which would be an additional cost to the school budget. At the end of the discussion, Member LaBounty said she was concerned that, quote, if building into the base was in the motion, that it would just be a no from the council. So the original motion stood. So there was sort of a recognition that they were choosing to ask for one-time funds. So as you heard tonight, this discussion came after another hard public comment period, as people said. That included parents of kids with IEPs and the struggles they're having, and of a special education teacher who said she was resigning because of the stress. And those, again, sharing how very challenging classrooms and school environments are now. So, if there is one child in Northampton Public Schools who isn't receiving the services and the support they need, that is a crisis for that student and for that student's family. And because every child's well-being is our shared responsibility, a crisis for the entire Northampton community. It is a crisis. In a crisis, we must act with urgency to do that all that we can, but we should not fixate on what we can't do at the expense of exploring all that we can do. One school committee member in support of the recommendation said, quote, if nothing else, it's a gesture. If we can't hire all the staff or if we can't manage to do it, we need to let the community know that we hear them and we care about them and that we acknowledge their pain, end quote. I think I speak on behalf of every individual in city government and in elective office when I say that we do hear and we care and acknowledge the pain that has followed the loss of the Northampton Public Schools positions this year. It is exactly the sort of disruption that we should never risk repeating again. But what caused this disruption is making commitments for recurring expenditures without having identified the needed recurring revenue. $600,000 spent over roughly the final 2 to 3 months of school year on new hires would again, over a year, likely be around $2.4 million next year, and still more beyond that. Without identified revenue to sustain that commitment, we would very soon face another shortfall and another round of disruptive cuts. This would not do anything to help students nor the people briefly hired and deny the opportunity to land a more stable job. In a crisis, we must do all we can. I entered this office still during a crisis, the pandemic, that wreaked havoc on schools in Northampton and across the country. I also faced the onset of a budget crisis, which I talked about in 2022, since Northampton Public Schools was on the verge of exhausting school choice reserve funds and federal ESSER funds that were being used to help cover the costs of increased hiring and compensation and escalating costs. Faced with these enormous challenges, every year of my tenure, we have stretched the budget more and more so we could provide every possible sustainable dollar to our children's education. That is why the last 3 years are the only 3 consecutive years in the last 3 decades with annual increases in the city's contribution for MPS of at least 5%, and at 5.07, 7.41, and 8.99% to be exact. Does this mean schools have enough? Absolutely not. Until there is a sea change in how schools are funded nationally and statewide, I don't think schools will ever have enough. I'm never going to stop trying to steer more money into our schools, but it has to be sustainable funding. If the only thing we can do will make the situation much worse very quickly, it is not a solution. I am early in the process of creating the FY26 budget. We are dealing with an unbelievable amount of economic uncertainty at the moment, not to mention personal uncertainty for many. And that has to be acknowledged, from potential economic shocks from a destabilized national economy and the huge potential loss of federal grants, while also handling the needs, the other needs that we have in departments. As we've talked about, as mentioned again tonight, we're building up additions in fire rescue, for example. And this year we are also negotiating all union contracts in the city and schools. So at this time, I cannot tell you how this additional expenditure recommended by the school committee would be sustainably incorporated into the budget. Some have suggested that we could use more aggressive budget estimates to generate more upfront revenue to schools and less free cash at the end of the fiscal year. We just had a discussion about this. We already used more aggressive estimates for the current fiscal year, and as I detailed 3 weeks ago, Director Nardi just talked about, we are planning to use even more aggressive estimates for FY26. At some considerable risk in an attempt to sustain the $2 million from the Fiscal Stability Fund that was transferred this year for MPS. Some have suggested we rely more heavily on our reserves. If draining our reserves would solve the problem, I would drain the reserves. No one has an emotional attachment to reserves, but all this would do is create a giant deficit once the reserves are drained, leading not only to very severe staff cuts, but less money for all of our long-term needs. And again, as we're in a moment of great national uncertainty, perhaps our short-term needs. I have spent years in public office advocating for school funding. I came into the mayor's office with a pledge of an annual 4% increase for MPS, more than I committed for any other department and more than had been committed before. And we've gone beyond that pledge every year. It breaks me to be put in a position where I can't advocate for additional appropriation for the schools. Does that mean there's nothing else we can do for the schools? No. For example, we could be having much more discussion about the ways to more effectively use our existing resources. We could be bringing together city officials, administrators, parents, teachers, staff to better promote our public schools and persuade more families to choose MPS and keep more local tax revenue in MPS. But it's very hard to do that work if we keep having the same discussion about state and federally recommended fiscal management principles over and over again. If our charge is to help kids in need now, then with respect to my school committee colleagues whom I know only want the best for our kids, we need more than gestures, and we can't repeat past budgetary mistakes. We need less confrontation and more collaboration. There is so much energy and so much love for our schools in this room, on Zoom, from those sitting in front of me, those behind me. Everyone who's been coming to meeting after meeting desperately wants to make our schools the best that they can be. And there are plenty of people who can't come to meetings who also feel the same way. So however you vote in this order, I trust that we can all come together afterwards and we can do right by our teachers and our administrators and our staff and our students. But we need to work together. So thank you for listening to me. And Director Nardi and Superintendent Bonner are also here for questions around this order.
Thank you. Councilor Labarge.
Is Superintendent Bonner on?
Bonner.
She's not?
No, I believe she is.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
She's a
All right.
co-host.
And I want to thank you. I listened to you about your concerns as well as everybody else. Okay, because I want to talk with her.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where is she?
Dr. Bonner, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome.
Yes. Hi, Dr. Bonner. How are you doing?
I am fine. How are you today?
Fine. Anyways, I do have some questions for you. And I've heard what the mayor had to say also. We all know we're in a crisis. And when we're in a really bad crisis. As a counselor, I've never seen it this way. My concern is, and I do have some residents on my ward who one has a son at Bridge Street School, and he talked very elegantly at the school committee meeting. And I did Zooming watching it, and I couldn't believe what I heard him say about how his son had 5 days with a paraprofessional. And he is autistic big time, like my husband's little sister was too. And I couldn't believe it when he said he couldn't believe what he was hearing about the teachers and the children. My question to you is, looking at that meeting and a lot of the notes that were taken is about the teachers and students are being injured. I would like to know, are they on workman's comp, some of these teachers?
Okay, Counselor Labarge, I don't have the actual data in front of me, but the list that was read by one of NACE's executive board members of the incidents that may have occurred just this school year, those incidents may actually have just been a few or reoccurring students who were, that the staff were actually working with. And so these are injury reports that were submitted to workers' comp, not whether they're actually on workers' comp, that I don't know. That's the data I don't have before you. But I will share that the injuries that were listed, it was for this school year, and there was no comparison to a base of what happened last year.
That's what I was going to ask you.
So, it was read in the moment in terms of what has been occurring this year. And I don't want to dismiss that there's not problems at particularly Bridge Street School, which was mentioned and highlighted. But I do, I hear the concerns of the parents, and there are specifics and details to each of the parents' stories in which they're sharing with us. And I don't want to share confidential information based upon the students' IEP information and so on, but I will talk about our staff.
Yeah.
And I will speak about our staff in generalities. So I know that, particularly in Bridge Street School, there were some vacancies in terms of paraprofessionals, BCBA, and which we had difficulty in terms of filling at the beginning of the year, which offset that. And then we also had 30 additional new students come to Bridge Street School. And majority of those new students had IEPs. And so there was reshuffling and moving, making sure that we can meet the necessary hours and commitments to those IEP plans. And, you know, there's a lot of transition that occurred during the course of our August. We had a new director of student services come on board, and working with our principals to make sure that we were indeed fulfilling the vacancies that needed to address our students who are on IEPs. But besides that, there are also internal issues that we are also dealing with. And I know that this came out in a conversation with our paraeducators in terms of, you know, they have an assignment. They come for their duty, and then what happens is that they are pulled either covering classroom assignments or covering duties and so on. So there are, you know, when staff members are out and we are unable to get subs, we utilize our paraeducators to help fulfill or to prioritize in terms of where they're placed. So there are multiple factors that are contributing to the concerns that our families are lifting up. We are trying to meet our IEP obligations. We do know that when staff are out, we are not in compliance of that, and I know that our director of student services has been working with families in terms of when those issues do occur. And so there is a lot going on in our schools, and there, as the mayor so eloquently put in the last part of her speech, was that we really do need to work together. And this year we really relied on the resources that we currently have to be able to meet those needs. So hopefully this answers your question.
Part of it. I understand what you're talking about. But I really feel in my heart as a city councilor of having a family member, my husband's sister, was born as has a disability also. And it was a struggle, but she was educated here in the schools. And never, even as a counselor, I haven't heard, Superintendent, of all these incidents happening here. And you were talking, and it bothers me. It bothers me, especially with special needs, either the learning to speak English or whatever, whatever. And I want you to listen to me, please, It's like, I feel it. I feel for what's happening to my teachers, to our students. I feel for all of us because we're in a crisis here. And my main concern, which I want to ask you, is that I heard the mayor, and I know exactly where she's at. My question is, when the school committee meeting had their meeting, I did it by Zooming and listened, and throughout, was it ever brought up when we had the COVID and about, well, geez, we got this money coming in, we're using it, to go ahead and have staff. And I think at that point they hired, 40 positions? Am I correct?
So I won't say that was totally 40 positions used for ESSER, but there were quite a few positions that were added based upon using the ESSER dollars. It was not all totally committed towards positions.
Okay, all right. So my question is, here we're looking at $600,000, and I heard the mayor tonight, and we've heard this problem constantly. My question is, if this is approved of $600,000, how are you going to do this interviewing process, Superintendent? That's big on me here, especially when I'm hearing what's occurring. With coming in on an interviewing process, which you don't know yet, not until this is approved, correct? So that you can move on. my question is, what is the time span between this, okay, of the interviewing process, and how many weeks is that 600,000 going to cover? Is it going to be 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months, or what?
Okay. First, I just wanted to point out, because you went back to our special needs students and our multi-language learners, and this is incredibly important because you talked about COVID and how the ESSER dollars were utilized. But there's so many factors that are playing into where we are now. And one of the pieces is that, I guess it's about 5 years ago or so, there was a change in some of our programs, particularly at the elementary level, where some of our high-need students were in specialized programs.
Right.
And so there's a very significant difference now that we are rethinking that process. And when we talk about the new budget for fiscal year 2026, there's our director of student services is really kind of guiding and leading us into restoring some of those particular programs within the confines of our current budget. Mm-hmm. So that's one piece. And then now to answer that big question about what can we do, and currently right now we're at the 15-week mark come Monday.
Right.
And so when we do our interviewing process, first we post for 2 weeks, but we can interview during that posting time, but that posting has to run for at least 2 weeks or 10 days.
Okay.
And so, and then the building principals are the ones who actually do the interviewing for their schools. And so once they've done that and have a ready candidate, then it's settling on a salary and then getting the query check. So by the time that all of that is done, that's about another 2 weeks. So you're looking at literally probably 11 weeks worth of work that we would get for this individual.
That's quite a bit, 11 weeks.
11 weeks.
Okay, so I want to add on to this. So at 11 weeks, going through the interviewing process, possibly 11 weeks.
No.
Is it going to be difficult?
Point of order. No, I'm sorry.
Is it going to be difficult?
Point of order. Did you think that we would take 11 weeks to interview them, or they would have 11 weeks to work?
No, total, she's saying.
11 weeks of working, she's saying.
Let me.
Do you understand?
Councilor Rothenberg,
I'm trying to understand what Councilor Labarge is saying.
I understand.
Could you clarify it?
But if we can let people speak and then we can go back and.
I'm trying to follow what she's saying. Could you clarify so that I can follow as an accommodation, please?
I will.
We could, when she is done, then she can.
Right. What I just heard from the superintendent is that possibly a total of 2 weeks going through the interviewing process, correct? And then within that period of time, it goes 11 weeks, maybe 11 weeks, right? For the hiring process and so forth?
No, I'm glad that there was that point of order. So clarification. So after we've done the hiring process, which is probably about 4 weeks in total.
Okay, so that's not bad.
They would have pretty much 11 weeks to work for the district.
For the district, okay.
Yeah,
So
that's the remaining school time.
So
yes.
to me, isn't that going to be a problem? Somebody taking this job for maybe, possibly? I think to me, it's bad enough you're trying to get people to work, and they're going to know this is only a temporary position. They would be told that, correctly?
Yes, we would post it in terms of a temporary position with the potential or possibility of becoming full-time.
Okay. So can you just let me know what How many positions are we going to look at here?
Okay, so I can't give you an actual number because I have not had the opportunity to actually speak to my administrators.
Okay.
This is that happened last Thursday, right at the eve of us going on to our winter break. So, although I have had conversations with my administrators in terms of preparing for the fiscal year 2026, and so one of the school committee members mentioned that I have a running list or a running tab. Well, that's based upon the request for next school year. And it's not necessarily all of the positions that we reduced or cut last year. Some of them are, and some of them are new requests.
Right. So this is my only concern here, and I'll do it quick so other counselors can talk. We're looking at $600,000, okay? And here we're going to go into a new budget. Where are we going to get that money? How is that going to be replaced? I hope you understand where I'm coming at here. We're doing another $600,000. And then it's going to go ahead into a new year of a budget. How do we put that $600,000 back? We don't. We're not going to have it.
Yes. Well understood. Well understood.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Clemmer.
Thank you. Dr. Bonner, since you're here, I'll ask your question first. So we emailed today because I had a question this morning. And so first of all, just to the manpower to get these jobs up and posted and interviewed, if there's, a double-digit amount of people hired, that I'm assuming it's going to take quite a while. And people that do the interviews and assist with this, they're going to have to put their regular work aside during this time. You also said at the school meeting that you're working on next year's budget now, too. And you'd also like to just start next year fresh, which, is a good idea, I think. But, I mean, we're talking like we're going to get bombarded with applicants for these, the next 11-week job. And if it isn't even 11 weeks, if we do get it up and posted, I mean, realistically, do you think we're going to get that many applicants this late in the game for this short a time? And especially if it's not a, guarantee that they're not going to be here next year?
I think that I have two concerns. One being the quality of the applicant that we get, and then the short amount of time. So, would this be are people who are retired looking for the possibility of maybe working for short term, or that might be the type of applicant that we may actually get. But for someone who is currently working, who may want to take the opportunity to work for Northampton schools, they're not going to leave their current position to come here knowing that this is only a temporary 10-week or 11-week job, and not guaranteed that this position will exist next year.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's really not a long time, and that's if everything goes smoothly in the hiring process and they apply right away, then you have 11 weeks. It could very well be less than that, too. So these things get delayed. Thank you for that, and thank you for responding today, too. And the other thing is, we just need to face reality, too. I mean, you've said, May, you've said a zillion times, like, you've given, the last 3 years, you've given more money each year. And people refuse to hear it, and people are snickering behind you when you're talking about it. And, it's the truth. I mean, look at the budget sheets. That's how much you've given, and we could all see that, black and white. And, I think just a little respect for everybody when you're talking and taking it in, and not, if you don't think it's true, just come up with some other facts then to disprove it. But we've all seen it, we've all heard it, we've been here, we've lived through last year when you gave the money and you gave extra money to the schools. So I think we should just respect people when they're talking too. And then, you know, one thing that hasn't been talked about is where is this money going to come from? And if it, you know, these people are just going to be let go and to, you know, we're going to have them next year, it doesn't seem like, you know, to extend their contracts to be more permanent, you know, like nobody's talking about the money or how to keep them on board because we're already paid extra $2 million that we're making up by Director Nardi pushing revenue. We might be, who knows what's going to happen with the federal money. We might lose another $2 million if they take away our funding. You know, there's a lot of unknowns what's going to happen. I think we got to look at all that too. So, yeah, I mean, you know, I want to do everything to help the children, but I think we have to be realistic too about where the money's going to come from and where it's going to go back to, how we're going to replace it. Yeah, so that's it. I just think that we need to think this through, and it just seemed like there was a number of 600,000 pulled out of a hat, and nothing to base it on, really, because it went up from the I don't know, whatever you said, 425 or something, or 450. So, yeah, I have a lot of concerns about it, but thank you.
Thank you. To your point of looking at the numbers and where things would be replaced from, I'd like to share my screen and share the the spreadsheet that is also linked to on the agenda. And see if we can get that full screen. So this is the general fund fiscal stability plan from fiscal year 25 to 30. This was shared during the January 30th meeting, and it is currently there's a couple of important points to and assumptions that are in this. One is that beginning next year, starting this year and continuing into next year, as the mayor and Director Nardi have said a couple of times, the pushing revenues, that expenditures, and here we can see these are the local receipts on the screen presently, and you can see the amounts by which they have increased in terms of the estimates. That's not necessarily how they've increased in terms of what's come in. So those revenues of this year, for example, local receipts was 7% more, and next year it's currently proposed to be 12.4% more. And then the second is in the expenditures. In departmental budgets, we have 4% for both school districts and 2.5% for the other departments. And another important figure is health insurance, expected to rise by at least 10%. So the way that this works is that there are several highlighted lines. The first one is line 11, and that's override. So if there was an override vote, you would put in the amount in here in line 11 for the particular year that it occurred in, that was effective in. The next is how much you're taking from the Fiscal Stability Stabilization Fund. So this line, this section here is fiscal year 25, and we took $2,020,757. Were we to approve this order, that would jump by $600,000. And then back into expenditures, there's also a fiscal stability line, and that's for putting money back into the Fiscal Stability Stabilization Fund. And then finally, there's a tracking of how the Fiscal Stability Stabilization Fund is doing in terms of how much are we spending from it, how much are we putting into it, and what is the balance at the fiscal year end. So I'd like to initially just show, if we go with the status quo, if without this approved, what things look like going forward. And we can see we have a balanced budget for this year, but next year, without pulling anything from the Stability Fund, we have $918,386 that is a shortfall. So we go up and we plug that in up here. Now we're getting the weird zoom thing where you can't click on things. We take that 918,386 and we plug it in here. And we see that now we have a balanced budget. 0 here. And we see, and that's reflected in the Stability Fund amount, and then the balance at fiscal year end. We do the same for the following year, which, because of compounding increases, we now have 1.4 million that we'll need to cover, and we do have enough in the Fiscal Stability Fund for fiscal year 27. So we plug that in. And now, going forward to fiscal year 28, we would not have enough. We would have 1.4 million left in the fund, and we need 2.8 million. So that means we need an override in order to fund. What's that?
What year was that?
Fiscal year 28, we would not. So we need to do that override before, because it will run out far too quickly if we did it in fiscal year 28. It needs to be effective in fiscal year 27. So let's just plug in $3 million. Now we have $3 million extra that we put back into the Stability Fund, ready for the following year.
You gotta take your amount out of the green section.
Yes, because we're funding it with an override rather than by taking it from the fund. Oh, right, and then we don't put that much in. We put 1.5 million in. And bear with me while I'm doing this, because I want to explain it, but I also want it to be interactive. If we want to try to put in different numbers, question assumptions, and then we can. And I'm happy, and I already have met with folks to work on this spreadsheet together. I'm happy to meet with anyone to go over it together and come up with an alternative projection, alternative plan, and we can present that and see its feasibility. So we're almost done with this. So we now have 4 million in the fund, and the following year we still have a little bit more we can put in the fund. Then by fiscal year 29, we start drawing from the fund, 744,000 short. So we pull that, put that over here. And this is linked to on the agenda. You can make a copy of this and play around with it however you would like. So now we have a balanced budget for fiscal year 29, and we see the shortfall in fiscal year 2030 is 1.8 million. We pull that from the fund, and we have completed our projection. And we have 3 million, which, I have we don't have another year listed here, but my impression would be 2031 would be how long this would last before we then would need to do another override. So it would last 4 years. So that's the status quo projection. And I mean, there's so many decisions to be made and so many unknown factors, right? How will the union contract shape out? And what amount of override would be realistic to present to the public? But that gives a sense of status quo. Are there questions or clarifications about that? Councilor Rothenberg.
Are there hidden columns there that you could unhide?
There are. They show the past. So
they show the past. FY24 budget is one of them. Is that right?
Yeah.
So that is projections from the past. That's not reality from the past. And we know that the projections have always been grossly underestimating. So is everything that you just showed us based on projections that were not accurate from the past?
So, yeah, in that revenues have always been overestimated. And because the intention is to generate a certain average percentage. And so when you're projecting forward, you compare to what you budgeted in the past, but you also look at what actually came in and bring that up a little bit, right? And the amount that you bring it up by is the question. Because in the past, we have brought it up so that we would generate 5 to 7%, although then we've had other funds that have done more. Going forward, the recommendation is 3 to 5, or the goal is 3 to 5%. Is that correct? In fiscal year 26, you plan to, if the goal is generate 3 to 5% for free cash. Director Nardi, would you be able to speak to that?
So, thank you. Yes. Yeah, but again, this document is not to generate free cash. That's never been the goal. We always want to generate free cash, but only because that tells us that we have enough revenue as each year goes forward. So as expenses increase, we have revenue to cover it. That is an outcome of our revenue projections, but has never been the focus, at least how I was taught. The business director before me, that's never been the focus. The focus is to make sure we have enough revenue to cover our expenses going forward. And free cash is a product of using the actuals for historical data to do your projections.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yeah, I just have a question about the numbers you used. The numbers you chose to put in, is that just with no extras added and just keeping everything the same every year? You know what I mean? Like if you're not accounting for the union raises, you're not accounting for extra expenses, it's just keeping it stable, and this is what would happen in that many years?
So this you could see the various projections, and Director Nardi, put this together so it could speak to it. But we can see, you can see the estimated change for each of the years. I have, the Northampton Public Schools line with if it's 4%. And did you want to clarify, Director Nardi?
Thank you. No, so it's conservative. If you look, as Council President Jarrett said, you look down the columns, most of the general government, we tried to keep it 2.5%, gave the schools 4%, and then went down, and then you'll notice fixed costs are much higher. Like I estimated, I think 10% for health insurance, some of those other ones. So no, it's not fixed. There is an expectation that it will go up. This is easier the projections are a little easier to do when you don't have 13 contracts up for union negotiations. That makes it a little more challenging.
Yeah. So you picked 4% for next year. I mean, this year that was the goal, and then we wound up giving the schools almost 9%. So if that happens next year, even if it goes up to 6%, this money's going to run out much, much quicker than what Council President Jarrett just demonstrated, right?
Yes, and I think that's one of the things that you could do as an example, is to see what that looks like.
Yeah, I just want to clarify it, though, because it's, you know, if we could wait 2 years for an override, some people might think, though, that's not too bad, and, you know, but, I mean, this is kind of best-case scenario, is if we just do 4% a year. Right? Am I understanding right?
Right, so this is based on doing 4% each year.
Yeah. So if we do 5%, it's going to skew those numbers and
Yes.
we'll run out much.
It will change when you need an override and how long that money will last, yes.
Great, thank you.
So now if I plug in 600,000 more for Northampton Public Schools in the fiscal year 25 budget, so that brings it to a 10.58% increase in terms of general fund. And we also go down to employee benefits, and this is a pretty rough estimate, but that employee benefits for the schools on average are about 21.8% of the amount that you put, you know, the total amount. That's from the spreadsheet. That we pay $9 million for Northampton Public Schools benefits on top of the 40-some million. So we also need to add in that cost. So 600,000 times 0.218 adds 130,800. And I'm just roughly going to put that in here. 130,800. And so that brings us down to the bottom line here, that we have now a budget shortfall of 730,800, and we have to pull that from the Fiscal Stability Fund. Oops. So I'm plugging that in, adding that. And we have a balanced budget, and it's reduced the amount that we have at the end in the Fiscal Stability Fund at each year, and now we see the budget shortfall coming forward in fiscal year 26. We're 624,000 less, and something about that doesn't quite seem right, because shouldn't the insurance also increase? But maybe it's not. I don't think I have that projection automatically going forward. I think that's just adding 4% to 600,000. So I guess, right, what this does automatically is if we did 600,000 and then did 600,000 next year, but that would not support the number of people that 600,000 would support for 11 weeks. So like you said before, we actually need to bump up if we're going to carry that forward. If we're not going to carry it forward, then we're not going to carry it forward. Then, you know, we could look at that projection if that's what we want to talk about. But if we're going to carry it forward, then we have to add in, and I'm not quite sure, do you multiply that by 4? And maybe Dr. Bonner could help, but how many, I would think it would be about 11, if you look at like what 11 weeks is of, and how is that, like how many weeks are in the school year? 180 divided by 5, approximately. So, but if we go with 4 times the 2.4 million, we've already accounted for, we've already accounted for the 600,000, so then we just need to add in 1.8 million times 1.04, because we want that to have, that we expect that will be 4% more, just like the 600,000 was. So then we have a new figure of, this isn't actually recalculating, it's just hard-coded.
Yeah, which one are you in? You can copy
No, I'm in line 65, Northampton Public Schools. But yeah, I can copy it here. Oop, that didn't work.
So that's because we're adding information, we're adding stuff in there where you, for FY '27, it should calculate.
Well, we can just do a quick calculation of saying,
Oh, you want the percentage?
yeah.
So there's one above it that would, there's one there, you can just copy the formula where it calculates the percentage. Those are all hard.
Are you in it? Because you can edit it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you want to fix that while we're, because we also need to do the benefits.
Counselor Jarrett?
Yeah.
This is not useful to me. I don't know if this is useful to others, but the fact that it's based on projections and not accurate accounting of our revenue is not useful to me. This exercise is not useful to me.
So what changes would you make to the assumptions?
I would make so many. I would make there are so many places where things are continually underestimated by so much. And I think that constituents have met with you personally about this many times. And so I don't understand why we are doing this exercise.
Because I want, in order for me to make an informed decision, I want to see a projection. And if we're changing the assumptions, that's fine. But then we need to know the consequences of changing those assumptions, which are generating.
It's imaginary. This is not our real money.
You're out of order. Which are not generating free cash, which means not money for capital expenditures and the emergencies that we may need to address during the year. Now we can talk about generating less free cash, and that's we could talk about redoing, upping the estimates of revenue further, and with the intention of generating less free cash.
If I could answer your question.
No,
your question was what assumptions. I didn't answer the question. I didn't finish answering the question of what assumptions that I would make differently.
You're out of order.
Will you circle back when you're done?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's hard to keep your train of thought sometimes. So that your free cash generation, if we're talking about reducing that further, we need to play out the effects of changing the assumptions, and that I think that's important so that we know where we will be in 5 years if we do spend now, and also try to roll into the base. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. I don't disagree with you that that's how something should be done. I think it has to be done on a stable foundation of accurate data, right? So when you're starting from a place that looks at 3-year lookbacks, or like you said, we kind of combine actuals and projections, and then, that's not accurate data. That's not accurate financial data. That's what we imagined would happen, which is not what happened. This whole spreadsheet comes out of what we imagined would have happened, right? We don't do nimble re-estimating, which other cities do. Other cities at this point in time would have looked at that interest and would have said, okay, for this year, the interest is different, right? They wouldn't say, well, 3 years in a row, that's what we do. That's not what is done. And the assumption that I think we should be basing this on is the assumption that everybody who came in here was telling us the truth, and that any other time we have talked about $600,000, nobody said, how is it going to affect the kids? It's only when we talk about the kids that you say, how is it going to affect everything else? It's a values question, and honestly, tonight, I'm ready to suspend the rules. I'm not ready to just play with spreadsheets with you that are not accurate when people have been approaching and trying to do this already. What's really happening here is what I just said, that whenever we talk about $600,000 for anything else, nobody says, what impact will this have on the kids? When we talk about $600,000 for the kids, everybody says, what impact will this have on everything else? And that is what the public is hearing. And most respectfully, there is a very good chance there will be a different mayor. We need you to get us safely through January 2026. That's what we need. We need to get safely through those 11 weeks. What does 11 weeks of hardship look like to a child who is autistic? What does it look like, Mayor? 11 weeks. I would like to have one day of dignity for the children in our community. And all of the parents in this generation feel the same way. We raise our children very differently than generations before us. We respect them. We understand their needs and their hardships, and we understand the long-term effects.
Point of order?
Yeah, I think your demonstration. Thank you. I think your demonstration was helpful to see,
Sorry, a point of order would be that you think something's out of order.
Yeah, I think that the conversation's going in a different direction. You were giving a demonstration of how the budget's affected by these changes, and you stopped doing it because Councilor Rothenberg said it wasn't helpful, but I think everybody else was learning from it and seeing how how just adding $600,000 then for 11 weeks changes everything down the road.
I appreciate that, but I think that Councilor Rothenberg does have the floor and can finish.
Thank you. We understand the devastating effects that traumatic situations in a child's early life can have on their life. We had a pediatrician in here today. If I understood him correctly, he was saying he was looking at the body of an 8-year-old who committed suicide today. Okay? And that's why I left. That's why I asked for a recess, because I needed to go outside and get some fresh air after that. Okay? Because I'm a mother of 3 small kids. And how many of our parenting decisions do we make based on, geez, I really hope that I'm setting my child up for mental health in the future. I really hope I'm setting them up to be able to make a living in the future. This is a very essential service. This is just as essential as a building roof. And I have one more thing that I want to say about it before I pass it back. I make a motion to suspend the rules.
Motion made by Councilor Rothenberg and seconded by Councilor Dubs. We can continue discussion as there's a lot of information that we may need to gather about all of this before we can take a vote on suspending the rules. Director Nardi.
I just want to clarify, so these projections are just that, projections, but they are based on historical data. They're based on the revenues that we have taken in. What you see here were the FY24 budgets so that we could show you how much they were being pushed over FY25. However, when we do make projections, we're using historical data on actuals revenue.
So I just want to say that, I hear, I'm just going to pull up my notes. Everyone's testimony, the testimony at the school committee, it is heartbreaking. It is important. It is a crisis, and but it is not responsible to not understand and have an accurate picture of what our decisions will do to our finances in the future. And we can argue about what assumptions are correct, or certainly, that's fine. If we can disagree about that, ultimately we'll have our own decisions about what is accurate to project. But it is important to show that. And I know for myself, I'm going to need to see and agree with the facts of what the financial implications will be before I'm ready to vote on something. Councilor Maori and then Councilor Moulton.
Okay. So, first of all, were you done with your presentation? I mean, or did you have more that you wanted to?
So I've already, I put in the numbers that, I think it could be useful to try to understand what it would take to with the assumptions as we have, what it would take to be able to roll this in. And so, yeah, I will share.
Okay. Because I have comments and a question for Dr. Bonner, but I can wait if you'd like to finish your thought on that. I don't know about Council Moulton.
Yeah, it should be not too much.
Sure.
Not too much longer. If I can get that. Okay. We have this back up. So now that we've added in both the benefits and increased costs. Oh, actually, we didn't roll in those benefits yet, so we have to. We did the increased costs, but not the benefits. So we add in 1.8 million because the 600,000's already rolled in, times 0.218. Great, and now we get the 2.8 million as a deficit. And we don't have that much left in the fiscal stability fund. We would have 1.7 million. So that means we need to do an override really in the next couple months. An override to be ready for fiscal year 2026. So, and just plugging in a $5 million override. We have 1.2 million.
Take out all your other, all the yellows. You have to take all those out again.
For the future.
For the 27, 28.
Yeah. Right. So that balances the budget. We'll have 3.8 million. Then at the end of the year, we still have a little bit of a surplus, or rather, we're still putting into the fiscal stability plan. And then we start drawing from it in fiscal year 28. Only a couple more years to go here. Again, we draw from it in fiscal year 29. Oh no, I didn't pull those out first, so wasn't accurate. 1.2 million to draw from. And then, did you change something? Can you hit undo? I don't know where it was.
It was in the green one. No, I think that's what you do from that.
Yeah, it's not that big a difference, but we can see that. You're gonna fix it?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think the point is that would a $5 million override be something that the community could afford, that the electorate would vote for? That's much larger than we have done in the past, and it's a big question. But that's potentially it's something that we could talk about. So the last number here for fiscal year 2030, and that would be the last year.
Yes, and also just to just to be clear, that would mean you'd need another at least a $3 million override in FY 2030, or 2031, you would need even a larger one. You'd need it closer again to $5 million.
Right, right. Okay, thanks for bearing with me while I showed that, and I hope that, you can take that spreadsheet and you change different assumptions. I hope that was educational. Councilor Moulton, or did you want to speak first? Yeah.
Well, I'll speak to the educational aspect of the exercise. I mean, there are many, many things I want to speak to, but I'll speak to that first. Thank you. That was very helpful. And I appreciate the difficulty of trying to run a meeting while you're doing this very difficult task of manipulating a spreadsheet. So thanks. It was helpful because it's not just looking at the financial consequences of adding 600,000. We don't know whether we're adding 600,000 as a one-time expense for this current fiscal year, or if, as I would prefer, we're adding it to the base of the budget that has to be accounted for in future years. And by doing this exercise, we see what the impact is going to be, not only on the fiscal stability plan, but also on children. Because we're trying to, we have a crisis. We have a crisis in funding that has resulted in a crisis in our schools where we have assaults being reported, we have IEPs not being followed, we have honors courses lost at Northampton High School. We have to figure out how we're going to address this over the next several years, not just for the next 11 weeks. So this is an illustration. It's fact-based, and it shows how we're going to affect not just the stability plan, but the problems, the crisis in our schools. And we have to figure out how we're going to best use the resources that we have available so that we are really addressing those most important problems that we've heard about from parents, from staff. Now, I also want to say that if you listen to the mayor, if you really listen to her, you understand that she spoke not just about her goals for funding the schools and our failure if even one student is not served properly, but she spoke with compassion. I understand the mayor is a compassionate person, and the mayor cares about how our schools are serving our children and the families in this community. I heard that tonight. It's important for me to say that. I had one question I wanted to ask Dr. Bonner, if I can proceed.
Go ahead.
Dr. Bonner?
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I wanted to ask you to respond to. We heard from school committee member Stein during public comment that the discussion at the school committee meeting last week did not involve a per pupil allocation of 600,000 or whatever amount might be approved. But that ended up in your memo. And he said, what I heard him say is that we'll have some different allocation for the money. Can you address that, please?
I'd be happy to. So first of all, the memo, at the very first part of the paragraph is the actual motion. I asked the school committee in terms of where did they come up with this figure of $600,000, in terms of trying to get some clarification as to do they have plans for these funds. And there was really no clear directive in terms of how that money was going to be allocated. And so I have 6 schools. I have 2,500 plus students that all are part of MPS that have to be considered. And so not having the opportunity to speak to my administrators right away, the first premise is for them to make that decision. They know the needs of their building. They will have conversations with their staff and school councils in terms of how they will utilize those funds. So it was me, I decided, there's no doubt there, I decided that how to be fair, and what I mean, equal in terms of how to distribute this amount of money for the 6 buildings. Even during the deliberation of our budget, the initial budget during last year, there were some restorations of different positions in different schools, and it wasn't necessarily done in a manner of, it was done in a manner of need and priority. And so in this case, because the funds were not given any type of specific allocation, I thought that it should be fair in terms of every building, making sure that they have some say in terms of how that money is going to be allocated, and it was done by per pupil. So you'll see that JFK and the high school, who have the larger amount of students, and they also have needs, just like our elementary students, to be able to restore some of the programs that have been lost, not just last year, but over the years.
All right, thank you for that explanation.
Did you want to? Yeah, you're all good. Okay.
No, I wanted to speak.
You wanted to speak?
Yes.
Great. Go for it.
I have a lot of notes here. So first of all, I wanted to apologize. I had a little kid crisis of my own and had to leave. So was there an original motion before I was able to come back? No. Did you put the motion?
The motion was to suspend the rules.
Okay, that's the first motion. Okay, so we haven't made a motion. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And I wanted to take a moment to thank the mayor for bringing this forward, even though, clearly you have reservations about it. So I appreciate that. I really appreciate, this interactive tool, and I think that's great. And I look forward to, we did a little bit today, but to doing some more about that. So and when we did it today, one thing we do know is that we need periodic overrides. That's just how it is. Whatever we're doing with the schools or not, we're going to have periodic overrides, and then then there's amounts, and we can talk about those amounts. But so that didn't surprise me that we're going to have overrides. They're built into how we run our budget. I think I am interested in rolling this in. I think that is a good way to look at it, and I appreciate it. I think I'm happy to talk about it in terms of a mid-year appropriation, but I do think it's useful to talk about rolling it in. We have to factor in, the one thing about this interactive tool, of course, is it does not factor in the costs, and I'm not talking ethical or moral, the monetary costs of delaying, of underfunding our schools and having our kids fall behind, and having an 8th grade that went through the pandemic that is woefully behind in reading and math. And that is going to cost us money if we do not address it. And that is not in this spreadsheet, and I don't know how to do that. I think that's a kind of a interesting kind of question about how you could. I'm sure there is actually a way. But so that's something we have to keep in mind. The costs, we have an opportunity here. We have been hearing for a year about what's going on in the schools. There is an opportunity in front of council. We don't get this very often. Our big miserable superpower is that we can cut budgets. We don't, so this is an opportunity in front of us to address some of the harm that we're hearing about, that were caused, and I respectfully disagree with the mayor that if I heard you right, what we're seeing in the schools wasn't caused by the instability of using school choice funds. I know that caused problems. What it's caused by is that we took away a lot of the staff. I mean, that's where it's happening. That's what happened. We cut 20 positions, and now we're having problems in the schools, and so that is what caused it. And so now we have an opportunity to address it. And I would want us to all hold this when we have this conversation, hold the cost of not doing anything tonight or in 2 weeks or this year. I think those costs are going to keep going up and up, the more we wait. I'm just going to look at some of my notes. I have some questions for Dr. Bonner. Yes, let me ask Dr. Bonner. Hi, thanks for being with us. So do you think that additional funds and restoring some of these positions will help alleviate some of the immediate crises that are going on in the school?
So I can say yes and no. So there was a mention of the word collaboration. And so even putting more bodies in the school, I still need for the current staff to meet and work together, to be committed to their positions, to be at work, to work together as a team, to be able to address some of the needs of our students. And so, there's something to be said about, and I won't say adding bodies, because it's not just adding bodies, but it's adding specific positions that are going to be working with our students. But it's important to realize that just because of you adding positions back, I still need those to step up to the plate in doing their work. And we find that our staff have been doing that. They've been doing that through the year. They have been doing that prior to this year. They've been working very, very hard with the resources that are given to them, with the tools that are given to them. The key is that the needs of our students are changing. We're dealing with behaviors that some of our staff have never, ever had to deal with. We're dealing with the stressors of not only the workplace environment, but also outside of that. And so some of our staff are tired and they're burned out. And that's a reflection of in our attendance, that's a reflection of in terms of how we collaborate and work together. So to answer your question, because I'm not going to say yes or no, or in terms of how I feel if there is a crisis. There's a crisis. We're public education. There's always going to be a crisis. There's always going to be a need. There's always not going to be enough. But we, as public educators, know how to work with the resources that are given to us to make a difference in the lives of our children. And I know that our families, not all of them, but some of our families have been affected this year with some of those cuts. And they are concerned about not only the now for their child, but how this is going to impact future years. Are they going to be more behind than where they are now? And we are really trying to address some of those needs. And that's through our curriculum, that's through our programs, that's through some changes that we'll be making as I present for the new year. So, Counselor, I don't think I've answered your question directly, but I want you to hear that, yes, there are needs. But my fear is that the implications of bringing in positions now and not being able to continue with those positions just as a Band-Aid to get us through the next 11 weeks. I know people look at the now, but I'm looking at the future. And so the thought is that if we're saying that there's a need, it's not just for the 11 weeks. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not just for the 11 weeks. If there's a need, it's not just for the moment now, but it's for long term. And so whatever decisions are made, that you would consider that that this request is something that it needs to be thought out and looked in terms of long term. It should not be short term. It should not just be the limit of the 11 weeks that are, or the 15 weeks, which is really now what's remaining for schools.
Yes, I agree that I'm interested in rolling these positions in, but I didn't say solve all the problems. But are you saying that you don't think that adding staff will help mitigate some of the immediate crises that we have?
Some of them, yes,
Yeah.
it would.
Thank you.
That's why I said a yes. I can't, it's a yes and no. It depends on what the position is and what's being restored.
Well, luckily, that's a decision you would get to make. And so you and the alt team and the school committee, who are, city councils really shouldn't be in the business of micromanaging the schools. We do not get to pick line items. That is why we have a school committee, 8 of them, who have sent this to us, and that's why we have you and the alt team. And so if you went to hire and you were having problems hiring, you would not take the $600,000 and put it in a canoe and make it go down the river. It would be a turnback. So what is the loss and risk in trying to address this, even though we don't know all the answers?
So you just brought up another point. So what if we are not able to actually expend that $600,000 due to the fact that we cannot get people to take these positions? And so the question is, normally we turn back the tailings to the city. So the question would be, is there a way where you can allow for those funds to maybe build up our school choice reserve funds, place it there, which is a fund that we have been overusing and which we're trying to rebuild since I started, since last year. That's one piece. But so we have vacancies now that we've had throughout the year that we've had difficulty filling. So can you imagine what it would be like now? So for instance, Bridge Street has a need for a reading and a math interventionist. To be able to get someone to fulfill the last 11 weeks without a guarantee of a job next year would be, I don't know who we would get, but we have to post first. I'm only making projections about who we might get, but there might be a retiree who may want to come back into working for just the remainder of the school year, who might be interested in working with our students, targeting maybe our 3rd through 5th graders who have not necessarily had the type of one-on-one or working in small groups with the current interventionists that are at the schools. The other request, another request that most of the principals, not all of them, some of our elementary principals would like to restore their clerical that was cut to full-time. That's another piece that has come out, especially with safety issues and making sure that the office is constantly covered, concerns about interacting with ICE, which is another concern. Having someone full-time in the office.
School shootings, yeah.
Working along with the administrator. So that's one other area. There is a request for a couple of special education teachers, a new one for Bridge Street, a restoration of the one at Ryan Road that was reduced. The high school is a little bit more of a trickier staffing concern because they're already the students are already in their 2nd semester. So the classes are set, the students are fixed. So the question will be, I don't know how they would use the funds that were allocated to them at this time. And then the middle school was given the opportunity to hire some staffing, and some of that staffing we've lost throughout the year. We had someone who was a special ed teacher / reading interventionist who just recently put in their resignation letter to tell us that they're leaving on March 7th.
Yeah.
So this is a position that we will have to fill. But here's an opportunity where we can split that position now, maybe make it full-time special ed and then full-time reading interventions. We might have a better opportunity of actually hiring someone with those different skill sets. So there are things that I would like to discuss with my administrators because I don't just randomly make decisions. I do have conversations with the administrators, and there was a comment that was made that one of the school committee members says that he was making the allocation, but it would be the full school committee. They're a full body. It's not just one person making this decision, and that's important to remember as well. That I hope that they would take the recommendations and from the administrators and their superintendent and move forward. You would think that the building principals would actually know the needs of their building.
Absolutely, and it's very exciting even to talk about restoring some of those positions, and I really hope this council gives you that opportunity. 11 weeks in a child's life, that could be a game changer at the end of the year. At this point of the year, that could change the whole trajectory of a few students, and and I hope you get the opportunity. I don't think you're going to know until you can get the money and actually post what's possible. And I'm not really hearing what the downside of doing that is, except that you possibly won't be able to fill them, and we will begrudgingly take that money back if we need to. But I would love to give you that opportunity, and I'd love to give our children and our schools that opportunity. And that would be really excellent data also to see what needs help. And I hear that there's other things that would help besides restoring positions. But I'm also hearing that restoring positions could help alleviate these fires going on in our schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I see Councilor Dubs, and I'd like to make sure we hear from everyone who wishes to speak. So I'll go to Councilor Dubs and ask Councilor Elkins if she wishes to speak. And then I would try to move us toward a vote on whether we're going to vote tonight, 'cause then we can decide, either we're going to vote or we're going to possibly do a referral. Just noticing the time and we do have other items as well. So Councilor Dubs.
Thanks. $600,000 would mitigate any of this crisis, and the answer it was yes and no, but that yes to me is enough to convince me that if we can solve any of this crisis now, we should be doing that. I think that to echo another thing that Councilor already said, 11 weeks in a child's life is extremely important and significant. It's a long time in a child's life, and especially for students with disabilities, for the most marginalized and vulnerable students who are being harmed by these cuts. I just think that we should be doing everything that we can, and I'd like to thank the school committee for giving us this opportunity to make this mid-year appropriation. I would also like to just quickly address one thing that the mayor said about the national uncertainty that we're in right now, and I'd like to say that I completely agree with you that we are in a time of great national uncertainty. And I would just like to add to that a population of the people who are most uncertain about their futures right now, one of those populations is the people with disabilities, who are at great risk right now of losing health care, financial support from the government, that would completely negatively hurt people with disabilities. These uncertainties that would greatly affect people with disabilities. And so therefore, I think that as a local government, we should be doing everything we can to protect those people who are at great risk right now students, young people, and their families will struggle because of the national uncertainty that we are in right now. And I think it's one of our duties to listen to not only the experts, the financial expert, but also the people who are hurting right now and who are being harmed. And we have this power right now to appropriate this money. I can't see any reason not to do it. And that's why I would like to suspend the rules and just vote tonight on it. We can work on the long-term solutions. I agree with everybody who says we should be thinking about the long-term. Of course we should be. But the short-term is an emergency. It's a crisis. I've sat here and listened to the council get very passionate about putting emergency money towards fixing tennis courts, leaky roofs, buildings that are in need of repair, and we've passionately given money, emergency funds, to fix those buildings. I would love to see that kind of passion put towards putting money towards children's futures. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Elkins, would you like to speak?
I'm mostly just listening and thinking. I do want to say, Councilor Jarrett, that I appreciated your presentation. I've spent some time fooling around with that spreadsheet myself over the years. It's come out various points, and it evolves as the director already says, based on the historical data, and it's updated every year. I mean, I think I really worry, and I have said this before. Dr. Bonner said yes and no, and I understand the sort of immediate short-term needs that could be addressed if we can fill the spots. I really worry about what happens, the part that you said no about, which is the inability to sustain these jobs, if we can't, and what that means. One of the things that has always jumped out to me, and when I've been having conversations with constituents last year, and as we were going through the budget process, is kind of what you were drawing out, Councilor Jarrett, which was, what kind of override does this mean, and what does this mean going forward? And the reality, if it were me, I would do the thing that I actually think is terrible policy and not great in terms of equity, and would be a hardship on the community, many people in the community, which is to say I personally would vote for a big override. Because that is the only way we're going to generate the kind of recurring revenue over time that would allow us to keep increasing at the levels that it seems that we have to increase, as long as the state is not helping us. And it's just worth saying we just have to be real about that. When I say that I'm willing to do that, it's a person purely, selfish level, but there's the other part of me that knows that in order, every time we go to the voters and ask for an override, we are doing it on the strength of our city and the integrity of our city and the values of our city and the credibility of our department heads. And so I'm worried throughout this that we have, and I will specifically say that the manner in which that Mr. Rothenberg has talked about the override in the past, that I've heard Mike Stein talk about the override in the past, that members of people advocating for more money for the schools, and even the teachers union have talked about overrides and whether or not we should have them. It's terrifying what we have done to the electoral prospects of even a small override. And so as I sit here, think about what it means. And it's not just here, and it's not just folks and those folks and what it's been here locally. The fact is that we're in a political environment, I think, anywhere where it's going to be harder to pass overrides. People are mad about rising costs. People are mad about rising taxes and inequality. And they're mad when, understandably so, when their roads don't get plowed, or they don't feel like it's all happened, or they're not getting the city services that they feel like they want. And we're the local people, we're the people it's easiest to turn to. So I just say all of that to say that it is, we have one tool. We have one tool in our shed, and we keep leaving it out in the rain. We just let it, we aren't taking care of the tools that we have when we don't keep the promises we make in those, when we campaign for those and pass those overrides. We don't take care of the tool that we have when we sow distrust and conspiracy theories and misinformation about our fiscal stability and fiscal management of the city. We make it harder. So when we talk about so for me, when we talk about collaborating and when we talk about what it means to meet the needs of the schools and come together, that's what it means for me. So, so it's fine. If this council, if it's the will of this council to pass this money, I hope it will be done with the idea that it would be rolled into the base and with the idea that we're going to have to work to generate the revenues. And work to generate the revenue means when it comes time, when Director Nardi and the mayor, whether it's Mayor Chiara or whoever else comes and says, because it will come, that we are all committed to doing that work. That's not what I saw in the last budget season. That's not the way it was talked about. And frankly, that gives me a lot of pause about whether or not this is the right solution, this is the right thing to do now, and the fiscal uncertainty. And I appreciate everything you say, Councilor Dubs. I really would like to be able to meet and address everybody in the community who's feeling fear and worried about their, what the future holds for them as whatever member of a community that means that they're at risk now. But it is also the fact the kind of money we're talking about losing from the federal government. We're a blue state. I mean, we're a blue, we're Sanctuary City on a river in a blue state. You're talking about really massive consequences, not just to the marginalized communities, but to really, really serious consequences if we lose the kinds of federal funding that we could. So, so all that is to say, at the end of the day, I'm not sure how I have to vote. I'm not in favor, actually, of suspending the rules. I think there are so many unanswered questions. But here's the thing, we'll vote. We'll vote, the will of council will be what it is, and then if it's to suspend the rules and vote again tonight, we'll vote. And I'll I hope people will live with the outcomes of those votes and know that we're also in the middle of next year's budget conversation in general, and that we are in capable leadership with Dr. Bonner and the administrators in our school, and that we are all working towards the goals of working through these issues. And I regret that the tenor of the whole conversation has to be been the way that it has been. So anyway, I said I was again, I'm just listening, but that was a lot of words. Sorry.
Thank you, Counselor. Would anyone else like to speak? I would ask that if we could speak to whether how they their vote about whether to vote tonight.
I will speak to that. Yes, thank you. I am not ready to vote tonight because there are too many unanswered questions. And so I want to circle back to the $600,000 figure. It's still perplexing to me how that figure was arrived at, because the last time we were discussing a mid-year appropriation, January 22nd, Councilor Maori presented a very specific chart, a list of positions that had been cut, and that bringing them back for the rest of the school year, which at that point was a month more than we're dealing with now, would be $451,220. So could the superintendent address how was the $600,000 computed? What went into arriving at that figure?
Councilor Moulton?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Could I ask you to put that question on hold so that we can take the vote about whether we're going to vote tonight, unless that very question impacts your vote. And then, this is all because of the lateness of the hour.
Yes.
We'll either have the discussion and stay up late if we're going to vote tonight, or we could refer to finance and continue the discussion in greater detail.
Okay. You can certainly ask me to do that, and I will do that, but I will say that without an answer to that question, at least I'm not going to vote to suspend the rules tonight. I would much prefer to send it to Finance Committee.
Just a point of clarification. Oh, I'm sorry. A point of clarification. I think you're saying that actually will impact your vote on the suspension, so perhaps we should address it. Is that what you heard?
Do you feel like if that question was answered, that would change your vote on
the suspension?
Suspension?
I can't answer a hypothetical.
Okay. May I just briefly, I'll be brief. We need an answer to that question. I will say that my figures did not include the benefits, the employee benefits. And so that might be a possible answer.
I understand that, but we were plugging in benefits after we put the $600,000 into the spreadsheet.
Yeah, no, I get
it. It sounds like you want an answer to this question to help inform your vote.
Thank you.
Whether to suspend the rules. So
thank you.
Let's go ahead and ask it. Dr. Bonner, do you need the question repeated?
No, I actually can answer this question because I asked the same question to the school committee on last Thursday, and there was no clear response to that request. And one of the counselors says, well, maybe they were considering the benefits. Well, that could be helpful, but that was not the response that was given to me. I asked them specifically, the two that were bringing the amount forward, where did the amount come from? Where are you calculating it, since the last time we had this conversation of our cuts was about $450,000, and there was no response. And so that's a good question that I'm still waiting for an answer, but meanwhile I have to push forward with what the school committee has requested for me to do.
Thank you.
Councilor Rothenberg.
So part of the reason that I'm interested in suspending the rules is, again, coming back to something I said earlier about how these conversations and questions don't come up when we talk about other expenditures, right? Like in the beginning of the meeting when I made my announcement, and I mentioned that time that Director Nardi and Allen marched me out of the department head's office when I had questions. It was because of Memorial Hall. There was $500,000 requested, waiving second reading, with really no explanation, just a short story. The building's falling apart and it's hard, and we need this money immediately. And I was like, well, great, I'd like to just know more about that. I'd like to know where that number came from, right? So I called up Pat. He was happy to meet with me. I went over there right away, and then he was like, white as a ghost, I can't meet with you, and they marched me out. And then I came here and I said, I need information like that before I make votes, right? I need to know. I said, are there line items? And Alan's like, oh, I'll work on it, right? It kind of felt backfilled. It didn't feel good, the way the explanations were given for that money. But this mayor comes to this council with requests like that, asking with her recommendation that we respectfully waive second reading. The schools are treated so differently, and we all understand that now about this council. And we just want you to put your votes on the record. We don't want to wait another 2 weeks or however many weeks to hear you say no again. We just want to get this over with and keep moving on with our lives and moving on in the community and understanding who it is we're dealing with and how they feel about the kids in our community. I know you really say that it's not about how you feel about the kids, and you feel very maligned whenever anyone says anything that insinuates that you feel a certain way. But you feel a certain way about the financial orders related to kids. And we just want to move it along and move on with our business.
Can I respond briefly?
Go ahead.
Counselor, my votes are all on the public record. In my 3 years and 2 months on the council, I've never abstained from a vote.
Is there any more discussion on suspending the rules so we may vote tonight? Seeing none, roll call, please. Suspending the rules to vote tonight.
Okay. Counselor Jarrett.
No.
Counselor Clemmer.
No.
Counselor Labarge. No. Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
No.
Counselor Rothenberg.
Yes.
Counselor Dubbs.
Yes.
And Counselor Elkins.
No.
Motion fails
3.
5 to 3?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so now we can decide whether to refer this to finance or to refer it to the consent agenda of our next meeting. And we can also discuss other aspects. Councilor Mayor.
So part of why, I wanted to suspend the rules is because of the immediacy of what Dr. Bonner was saying about the hiring process, and I really don't want to come back in 2 weeks and hear, oh, now it's too late. So anyway, in terms of a referral, I would like to know what you would, if it gets referred to finance, I would like to understand what the mission is there. I just think let's be really mindful about people's time and energy, and if there's if we're going to refer it to finance, we need a clear directive about what we're trying to accomplish there. If not, then maybe it just should come back to full council. I'm really interested to hear what my fellow councilors have to say.
Councilors? Councilor Moulton.
Well, I'd like to refer it to finance and have it be far enough out, but before the March 6th meeting, so that we can have a discussion with, I'm interested in two things. One is, we sort of did a quick calculation about an override being needed, if this $600,000 is rolled into the budget, being needed almost immediately. And I'd like to have more discussion about that with the mayor and the finance director, number one. Number two, I would hope then that we would hear from Dr. Bonner about some specific positions that are priorities at that point for addressing the needs that we've heard about in the schools, that we can put positions, much like you had a month ago, with this number, whatever it turns out to be.
I can say that I agree with you, that my concern is that, to me, based on the preliminary calculations, rolling this into the base would not be feasible, rolling the full amount. Is there an amount that is less than that that would address the key, some key concerns that we could discuss about, trade-offs that could be rolled in and could continue, because this is coming from a fund that you pull that much now and you spend it, and then there's that balance is less. But if you pull a small amount now and then you space it out with the fiscal stability fund over the next bunch of years, and you figure out how to roll that in so that it's sustainable, that we could address critical needs, potentially. That's where I would like to. That's what I would like to have a discussion about, and what those trade-offs would be.
Yeah.
Councilor Labarge.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying that I agree with Stan's concerns that he had, but you just started talking about all that, so I don't have a problem with that either.
Anyone else want to speak before we go back to folks who've already spoken? Okay, Councilor Mayor.
Right, and the line items is fine. Of course, it should be the superintendent and the alt team that would make them. We are not in the business of setting those priorities. And I hear you. I would support any amount of money going to the schools as soon as possible. My concern would be, let's face it, $600,000 isn't enough to bring our schools where we want them to be. That's just true. And so how do we, I just want to be very clear as Chair of Finance what our mission is. How do we go to the schools, meaning the superintendent or school committee, and try to find a lesser amount because, I just think let's think on that, because I don't know how to phrase that in a way to get a meaningful number, because from what I can gather, the schools could use a lot more money than $600,000. So we're just going to have to think about, while I would support any money going, how do we pose that question to the schools to get some number that feels like we're being helpful. So we can all just think about that one.
Yeah, very good.
Okay. Yes.
Any other comments, or is there a motion?
Yes, I move that we refer this to Finance Committee.
Second it.
Motion made by Councilor Moulton and seconded by Councilor Clemmer to refer to Finance. Discussion? Okay, roll call please on referral to Finance.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Perry. I'm sorry. Councilor Rothenberg.
Abstain.
Councilor Dobbs.
Yes.
Councilor Elkins. Councilor, was there a? Okay.
No.
Thank you. Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
And Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 6 yes votes, 1 abstention, and 1 no. Did I get that right? All right, and we'll look forward to an announcement of when that Finance Committee will be held.
Yes.
And we'd like to thank Dr. Bonner for taking this time with us. And
thank you, Dr. Bonner.
The mayor and Director Nardi as well.
Can I just ask, before we say goodbye to Dr. Bonner, are you going to want her to speak to the 2 MSBA orders as well?
All right.
Yes. And we could take those out of order so that we could do that immediately.
That would be great.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Thanks. Okay, so we will, with the council's permission, we will skip over the order to change the dates of 2 council meetings and go to 25.219. And I would say if we could do these as a group, 25.220, in order to authorize Northampton Public Schools to submit a statement of interest to the Massachusetts School Building Authority for the JFK roof replacement and the JFK heat pump conversion. This is in first reading. And yes, well, Mayor Shara, do you want to introduce it, or should we ask Dr. Bonner to speak to it?
I'd be happy to have Dr. Bonner speak to it if she is ready or available to. Otherwise, I could speak to it. This is really just getting the ball rolling to be able to apply for MSBA funds for these 2 projects.
Dr. Bonner?
Yes, thank you. So MSBA has a new accelerated repair program that they're offering this year that covers roof replacement as well as the heat conversion pump. This is considered under their priority number 5. And so this is just a reimbursement program, and it's based upon the base rate is 31%, and then they look at the city's community income and the property, wealth, and poverty to determine if there's additional reimbursement applied to the town. So I believe that last time, if the city did anything with MSBA, it was like about 51 to 60%. So it changes depending upon what it is. So there are two requests that's before you. The first one is JFK roof. And I know that this is on the capital improvement plan scheduled for 2030. And as you know, our roof system at JFK was completed back in 1997 with a 15-year warranty. And the roofing material is nearing end of life with an increased occurrence of leaks due to cracking and seam separating. So over the past couple of years, there have been several repairs due to these leaks, and we've spent approximately $22,000 in various repairs. So that's one project. The other piece is the heat pump conversion. So going with the district's strategic plan as well as the city's plan to be carbon neutral, we are looking at how we can change out some of our existing boiler systems into something that's more efficient. And so the heat pump conversion, the boilers at JFK are non-condensing boilers with a maximum efficiency of about 83%. They were installed in 1996 and thus likely to need to be replaced by 2030. So a conversion to heat pump will allow for a high efficiency decarbonized heating system with the added benefit of providing cooling to the entire building. Depending on system design, a heat pump system might enable simultaneously heating and cooling in different zones with full heat recovery. So as I pointed out, this is a new grant reimbursement program, and it's available to districts every 2 years. And so this is just a statement of interest. It does not bind us to anything or agreement. And although we're looking at 2030 for replacement, this process takes a couple of years.
Thank you. Questions? Councilor Rothenberg.
I saw the school committee discussion on this. They agreed to authorize the letter of intent. They referred it to their own budget and property committee also, and so I'm comfortable suspending the rules if anybody else would like to. I'd make the motion. Yeah.
You make a motion to suspend rules so we may vote tonight for these items as a group?
Yep.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Rothenberg and seconded by Councilor Labarge to suspend rules. Further questions or discussion?
Just to say, this is really exciting. I know that, yeah, especially cooling in the schools has been a real issue. So I think it's very exciting. Thank you for going after it.
Agreed. Okay, if there's no further discussion, the roll call please on suspension of rules.
Councilor Maori?
Yes.
Councilor Moulton?
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg?
Yes.
Councilor Dubs?
Yes.
Councilor Elkins?
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett?
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer?
Yes.
And Councilor Labarge?
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Elkins and seconded by Councilor Maori to approve 25.219 and 25.220 as a group. For discussion? Councilor Rothenberg.
Yeah, I just had a really nice meeting with a constituent this week who is part of the local grassroots climate movement. And I just wanted to say I was so impressed, and she really helped me understand how much Director Weil coming here was, or creating that position and everything was really such a grassroots effort. So I applaud them.
Thank you. Okay, roll call please on approval.
Councilor Moulton?
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg?
Yes.
Councilor Dubs?
Yes.
Councilor Elkins?
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett?
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer?
Yes.
Councilor Labarge?
Yes.
And Councilor Maori?
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously for both those items.
Okay. And
We have a, could I have
Dr. Bonner?
Sure. So thank you, Dr. Bonner, for all your help tonight. We will take a short recess. We will come back at 11:04.
Oh my God, is it really 11?
Welcome back to the Northampton City Council. Our next item is 25.216, an order to change the dates of 2 council meetings. So there's 2 things going on here with 2 different meetings. The first is to change the Thursday, May 15th City Council meeting to Wednesday, May 21st. And since the fiscal year 2026 budget will be submitted May 16th, the day after our scheduled meeting, this will give councilors time to consider it prior to the meeting. And we couldn't do Tuesday, so we're shooting for Wednesday here. The second is the Thursday, June 19th meeting is on the Juneteenth holiday. So we are proposing to move that to Wednesday, June 18th. Questions? Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Motion made by Councilor Clemmer and seconded by... Is there a second?
Second?
Okay, by Councilor Maori.
I assumed.
To approve.
I was trying to...
Any further discussion on changing these meeting dates? Okay, a roll call, please.
Yes.
Oops, I think your mic's not on, so.
Apologize. Councilor Dobbs?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. Yes.
Mic was off, sorry about that. Okay, Councilor Elkins?
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett?
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer?
Yes.
Councilor Labarge?
Yes.
Councilor Maori?
Yes.
And Councilor Moulton?
Yes.
So that passes unanimously. And I should note that changing meeting date and times is one of those things that doesn't require 2 readings.
We gotta suspend,
didn't
do we
need
have
to
to suspend the rule?
We did not
No?
need to
Not in this
suspend the
one?
rules, no.
Okay, thank God.
Okay, great. The last item on our agenda, 25.214, a resolution calling for full support of the Healthy Incentives Program, HIP. This is in second reading, and I think there have been there's some amendments. Councilors Clemmer, Labarge, and Maori.
Yeah, so we incorporated some amendments from Councilor Rothenberg, but not all of them, and we can talk about that. And we incorporated an update from Elisa Klein from Grow Food Northampton about adding the support of the state Senate bill to make an act relative to an agricultural healthy incentives program to make it a permanent program. And then she also had a specific amount that was needed now that the budget dust has settled. So we added that, and then Councilor Rothenberg had the great suggestion to send this to food assistant and food system organizations to I assume to kind of, I don't know, make them, you could answer that, but to show solidarity. And we didn't end up, and we can talk about, we didn't end up adding, okay, no, I thought, well, because, I talked it over with Elisa Klein, and they wanted to, they were thinking of doing a press release. And we thought maybe it would be less work, kind of less onerous on Laura if they just did their press release to communities, but we can talk about it. All right.
I have it up on the screen. I don't know if you want to read the new language or if we should just, if that description is sufficient.
Sufficient for me? What do you mean?
Do you want to read the new language, or you just described what it was?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
That's, if you're satisfied with that, that's fine.
I'm satisfied unless a counselor wants to tell me otherwise.
I think it's good. No, I'm satisfied too with this being there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I appreciate the resolution. I appreciate the changes that you've made as well. And I would move to approve.
Right. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Jarrett and seconded by Councilor Clemmer. Discussion? Seeing none. or I think Mary Ann's maybe coming back. I want to give a co-sponsor the opportunity to vote on her own resolution. Welcome back, Councilor Labarge. We are about to take a vote on this resolution. Did you wish to speak?
Oh, okay.
Did you wish to say anything further?
Well, I think I said what I had to say last time, but I want to thank Councilor Rothenberg for bringing in those amendments, and I think it looks great. I really do. I think it's so important that we get that money. And so many people throughout Massachusetts, in our own city, who deserve that. And I don't want it taken away.
Thank you. Okay, roll call, please, on approval.
Counselor Dobbs.
Yes.
Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer.
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
And Counselor Rothenberg.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously.
Move to adjourn.
Is there any new business?
No.
Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Clemmer to adjourn. Roll call, please.
Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer.
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg.
Yes.
And Counselor Dobbs.
Yes.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night,
Our-
Councilor Dubs.
Thank you, Chair.